Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. Tonight, we are on episode 14 of our ongoing D&D campaign in my custom homebrew world of Vanis. We have been very much enjoying bringing the story to you every week, and I'm excited to present to you even more tonight. Before we get into anything, let's go ahead and run through some quick announcements. Everybody, congratulations once again on completing the goal for donations. We now have all the money that we need to move. Thank you so much, everybody. We are now reaching for stretch goals, as was requested. So if you look at the top, our next goal is to hit 1450. If we do that, then I can get a nice new gaming chair that does not hurt my back, and I can leave this one behind and ship the new one to the new house. So yeah, continue to donate if you can. Donation rewards are not active for today because we are in-game, but feel free to donate anyway. Anything that occurs post-stream, such as the $100 donation to make me take a shot at Malort, or the collar tag slots, you can donate for in-stream, and those do still count. I just won't react to them while we're in the game. Cool. Other stuff, as always, I do need to remind you that our music is provided courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music, who was kind enough to provide us a license to their music. You can check them out on YouTube and on Patreon at Tabletop RPG Music in both places. All of their YouTube content is, of course, free to stream and use in your own home campaigns, but if you would like, if you'd like to support them, then please check out their Patreon. You can subscribe in order to get access to hour-long downloadable versions of the tracks, perfectly looped, which I use here. Of course, I would like to point out that, as well as my own custom homebrew content, we are featuring Mythmaker 5e in our campaign. Mythmaker is a good friend and makes some fantastic and splendidly curated homebrew content. They work a lot on spells, and they do release regularly. Every week, they put out content, usually multiple times per week. You can check out everything that you need to through their site there. It's mythmakergm.com. That's mythmakergm.com. Or you can use Mythmaker, !Mythmaker in chat. In order to give them a look. Their Reddit has free content. It's completely free to use, so give that a look, but support them on Patreon. You'll get access to early access and patron-exclusive rewards. What else? Blanking out today. Right. We are going to continue doing the promotion for Clip of the Week. This week is almost finished, everybody. I will be choosing my favorite Clip of the Week tomorrow. But continue to clip during this stream, or go back through previous ones, make clips and drop them in the Clip That Shit channel in the Discord, and you'll be eligible to win Clip of the Week. If you win Clip of the Week, you'll get a shiny title in the Discord. And then at the end of the month, we will do a community vote in the Discord for everybody's favorite Clip of the Week to be Clip of the Month. The winner of Clip of the Month gets a free piece of merch. And speaking of merch, you should check out our merch store. We have some fantastic new content in there related to Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. We have the poster of Alunair now available. So if you like the art that is up on our banner by the wonderful Luchd-Dion, you can buy that in the store, and you can also buy the map of Zalika. That should be all for announcements. Hello, Apusand and Aylin. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening to you both.
And don't forget, today's music is sponsored by Ian Fisher at
I already did
Tabletop
that
RPG
one.
Music.
I already did that one. It's like a broken record, but I mean, that's how it is, you know.
Yeah.
I gotta. They gave me a free license. I gotta shout them out, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Their music is really good too.
Yeah, and actually, they're a really great guy. I got to speak to them personally. If you subscribe at any tier, you get access to the Discord. And the highest tier is 450 per track, but like, so fun thing to note, guys, you can choose how many tracks you pay for each month. So if you subscribe at the 450 tier, he usually releases 2 tracks a month, 2 to 3. But if you don't have the money to pay for 3 a month, then you can just limit it to 1, and you still get all the benefits of the 450 tier. And that includes access to the channel in the Discord, where you can vote on theme of the month for what he makes. And I put my suggestion in there, and he actually liked it enough that he's not doing it for theme of the month, but he wants to do it separately in the future.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, I was talking a bit about upcoming plans that I had for the game for him. And he, you know, like, I was like, it'd be cool if you could do this sort of theme for something, because then I could use it in the campaign. He's like, you know what, that sounds cool. So maybe I'll look into that. I can't promise anything, of course, because he's a busy person, you know,
Right.
working
Super
hard,
cool.
but it would be absolutely excellent. And they definitely do listen to their community.
Nice.
Even better.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to throw the music on where I can hear it, so that I'm not sitting here listening to nothing. Da, 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 da.
Pulling up important tabs of important information like my HP and my spells.
Slightly important.
Just
Maybe not
just
for
minorly.
tonight, but
Hmm.
so yeah,
In
so we pull up
general.
all of my battle information, and then we go into roleplay.
Well, I don't necessarily just have strictly battle spells,
That's true.
I think.
Yeah. No,
Let
you,
me double check what I have equipped.
you've got a
Now
good
that I'm
variety.
unconscious.
Roll to see if I'm unconscious. Roll. You're unconscious.
Dang.
I do really like the moments in D&D when like something happens that like can't just be fixed, like, oh, greater restoration, or like, oh, I healed them and then they're fine. You
Yeah,
know?
it makes the world feel real, because, you know, if there's just like, oh, you know, well, there's always clerics around to cast greater restoration, then what, you know, so there's no disease in your world, there's no famine or anything like that, there's no like,
Yeah.
what happens? What is there to fear?
Trying to make magic rare at times, at least.
Yeah, not just that, but like make problems that magic doesn't solve instantly, like, you know, trauma that doesn't go away. So actually, on that point, by the way, I didn't want to bring this up yet because I don't have the hard details for it. There's a system that I am designing that I want to add into the game, but I need to make sure that it's perfect so that it doesn't throw balance off, or, you know, make the game unnecessarily hard. And it's called Wounds and Scars. So the basic concept is when you take a certain amount of damage at once in battle, you'll receive a wound. And wounds decrease your maximum health at your next short rest. Like after the battle is complete. So it doesn't happen in battle. Your max health doesn't go down in battle, but it does happen afterwards, as like the adrenaline wears off and the shock hits your system. You can't be decreased below half health. So this is just basic, like, starting concepts. However, if you accrue enough wounds that you would be reduced below max health, you start to lose other resources. You can never lose more than half of your resources. So, like, for example, that might be key points or spell slots.
So, I do like the concept of it, but
well, let me finish before you next it.
all right.
Wounds can be healed with greater restoration or a simple constitution check on a long rest. The DC is usually 10. It increases if there are other circumstances involved, like a disease or something, but most of the time it's going to be 10.
Yeah.
Wounds can heal over time, but if they're healed in... if they're left unhealed for long enough, then they will heal themselves and become scars. And enemies that are aware of your scars, like enemies that gave you those scars, can use them to your advantage. However, this is where the scar system comes in and rebalances it in the other direction. You can scar enemies, and enemies can have a random amount of scars starting a battle that you can exploit to your advantage, adding additional damage, essentially, on a hit if you hit the correct points or additional effects. That's basically it. If you crit on an enemy, it leaves a scar, for example. Any attack...
it does the same.
Yeah, any
Right.
attack that you deal... Yeah, any attack that you deal to them that would deal a wound to a player deals a scar to the enemy. So it's balanced a bit more in the player's favor because it's automatically a scar for them, while as it's only potentially a scar for you.
Okay. And, so is it in the... if you take a certain amount of damage with one hit or in one turn?
In one hit. So if an enemy deals a quarter of your health or more in a single hit, then it deals a wound.
So then I will never be able to deal a wound.
It depends on the enemy, I suppose.
I mean, I can only wound really weak enemies because my damage per hit is 1d8 plus 4.
That's true, but you can exploit scars. If you are aware of an enemy's scar, if they're an enemy that you've faced before that one of your allies has dealt a scar to, or that one of your allies has pointed out a scar on, you can invoke that scar to gain a +1 to hit and extra damage on the attack if you do hit.
What if we've created an emotional scar?
Then you can exploit that when doing psychic damage.
+1 psychic damage?
Yeah, there you go.
So I'll have to translate my fireball to psychic ball and see what happens.
Yeah, so again, the system's not fleshed out, so these are, of course, good concerns to bring to me. I haven't worked out the exact details yet. So I will be keeping those in mind as I build it, and I can't promise when this will be a thing, if it will certainly be a thing or not, because, you know, if it looks like it's just going to throw balance off, then I'm just going to drop it or put it on the Patreon for other people to use, you know?
A neat concept, though. I like it.
Yeah.
And to avoid unbalancing things the way that wounds reduce your resources, for the sake of spellcasters in particular, I did it this way. You cannot lose more than half of your resources, and for example, a wizard with 3 wounds would lose spell slots starting with the 5th level, because if you have 2 5th level spell slots, you can't lose more than 1. So if you only have 1 5th level spell slot, you don't lose the 5th level spell slot, you lose one of your 4th level spell slots.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And then so on down the list.
I heard, like, before I heard, like, that it really only lasts until a short rest, I was like, okay, I guess that's fine. So if you fail the check at your short rest, like, there will be some undetermined period of time until it turns into a scar?
The wounds are healed on a long rest.
Right. Sorry,
on the quote-unquote short rest they set in, but that's for the sake of avoiding metagaming. It's not necessarily on a short rest. It's when you have a period of relaxation after a battle.
Yeah.
You know, where, like, okay, the battle's over, we're just walking and, I don't know, gathering firewood for camp. Then even if you're not getting the benefits of short rest, the wounds do set in.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. The whole point is, like, it's for... The way that combat is built in 5e doesn't fit neatly with our campaign, because the way that combat is built, you're meant to have multiple combat encounters in a session. or like in a
Right.
day rather. You have like
Yeah.
3 or 4, and ours are more like a combat encounter every few days. So for campaigns like this, I think it would make the story and the gameplay more interesting if, you know, there were lasting consequences after battle, if the battles felt more real.
You know what another lasting consequence is that'll really jib the spellcasters?
What?
They only regain 1 spell slot per long rest.
No.
Ooh, that's brutal.
That's just, we'll just throw away the whole spellcaster.
What about your
just get rid of
your
it.
key points then?
You-
What are
you-
your key
Everybody go
points?
Marshall.
It's like concentration spells become a lot more valuable. They all become a lot more impactful because then it's like, oh, do you
Yeah.
really want to cast it? And then it's like, I might need it in a couple days.
Yeah.
And
Bruiser
then they just never
Bunny!
cast spells.
Bruiser Bunny, hello, darling. Thank you so much for the raid. Mwah. Welcome in. You're just in time. We are still in the chatting phase before our D&D session. So
Before-
settle in, everybody. We have a lovely story ahead of us. We're going to be jumping into the story in about 14 minutes or so, waiting on the other 2 players to show up.
Yeah, we're
I'm
in the chatting
unconscious.
phase, about to go to the roleplay phase,
Mm-hmm.
and then probably our standby phase, and
Oh,
then rest phase.
I did the wrong thing.
sounds-
Brain fart,
that sounds-
sorry.
That sounds like it's like a turn in a board game. We got our
Right.
chat phase, our action phase, our resting phase, and you roll some dice to see how many phases it takes to, like, wait a second.
Yeah. Right now I'm in my driving phase.
My driving phase. Oh, you were playing Five Nights at Freddy's? I'm never gonna play Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach again. What happened, Bruiser? What happened? Tell me. What did it do to you? I've never played the games. Like, I'm one of those furries who just doesn't really like Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, I know that's kind of big in the fandom, but is it really this year's Cyberpunk 2077 with glitches? Oh! Yay! AAA titles! Yay! Not actually producing a reasonably working fucking game before selling it to people.
I
Yeah.
like Five Nights at Freddy's. I also have never played it personally. I just like the characters.
I don't. Listen, I've
There's
seen two. What's the
charm.
fox? Is the fox just named Foxy?
It's-
Yeah. It depends on which one, I guess.
The
um,
dude with the hook.
they kind of fall into that monster category though.
He's not hot. I'm sorry, he's not.
There's something about him that just
No,
hits
it's all
me
he's
the
all
right
joints and a
way.
hook on his hand. Within the past 4 streams, have encountered a total of 14 glitches. Oh, it sounds like Halo Infinite. We literally have it here. I'm gonna show you. We don't play Halo Infinite anymore, but this command still exists. Because of how many times we had problems with Halo Infinite, I made this command.
What is it?
30 fuck 343, which is the studio that made it. And
Oh.
yeah, at last count, because it incremented it when I put that, at last count, the total issues that we had on stream since that command was made were 33. 33 crashes,
Okay.
33 people unable to load into matches with me.
Oof.
Mm-hmm. Hi,
That's
Nathrissa.
Hello.
We're just
Nathrissa!
shitting on 343. I know you like Halo, but we're shitting on 343.
Listen, I can understand my child is problematic, but don't talk to me about it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mommy Nathrissa.
Still, I'm looking back at the chat with the clip from the last game.
Mm-hmm.
Kadre pipes up and says, "Ding dong."
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
god.
fucking great.
Fucking
Don't kill
moment.
me.
I clipped it.
It was way too perfect
was-
timing.
It was so
Yeah.
good. It was
Mhm.
Y'all-
so good.
Could
To clarify,
someone
that was my
drop it.
Chinese food arriving.
could
Perfect.
someone drop it in the chat for people to see what we're talking about?
Yeah, actually, I can. It's well, all
It's in
of you should
Legendary
have
Quest.
mods, so it should be able to. But I certainly can, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, it's a funny clip that we're talking about that happened last session, just as we were
Yes.
starting.
That one got me.
There we go.
I feel like I got it pretty perfectly clipped too.
I think so.
You did.
Let's see, currently there's a glitch where the security bots will see me when hiding, which they're not able to, which alerts the main animatronics, and it is an endless loop to where I'm stuck in the same spot for like 30 minutes. That's dumb as shit.
Boo.
Gotta love it. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, y'all. I gotta get another water.
Alright.
Gotta make sure that I keep myself hydrated so I can do voices tonight. Ugh.
Ooh,
Kadre.
voices.
Oh, I'm excited. Oh, Nathrissa, you've probably been busy, but you have a chance to look over my messages?
I briefly saw their description, or well, you know how like you see like a preview of messages. I was able to look at those
Okay.
briefly, so I do know what you're talking about. I will
Okay.
definitely get back to you sometime tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, I am back.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
And I spy
Also,
a
hi,
Kadre.
Kadre.
We are all here early.
Yes, the
Or on
gang's
time.
all here.
Wait, on time.
I know, it's like, wow. No, actually early. We are at least 10 minutes before the start time.
True.
Oh,
Though I do
I
like
mean,
people to be here
actually
at
start
10.
time.
But you know,
Yeah, that's our true
that's just so
start
that we can
time.
talk to the audience.
Yeah.
I'm
I-
into this.
I've come to a decision regarding the two themes that I was composing for them. I've decided I'm going to keep them both, but one's just going to be a more heroic version of the same battle theme.
Oh, okay. That's
So
always good to have options.
Yeah, the original is going to be the more heroic version. The newer one is going to be the more like intense battle version.
Hey,
Excellent.
Oh, has
Exciting.
anyone aside from you, Rex, heard the new one?
I don't think so.
Thanks either.
I
Let
don't
me
think so either.
if you're gonna play, give me a second. Let me read the chat. Another annoying glitch is where I randomly get jump scared with nothing attacking me, which will cause a game over. What?
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, they're talking about the new Five Nights at Freddy's game and how bugged it is. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Bruiser. I hope they push a patch for it, but you know, it's still dumb that companies release shit that's not working.
So, while we wait for Mako to get it set up, or do you have it ready to play? Mako, were you gonna give us a demo?
Ooh,
He did.
Huh?
he did.
He did.
Help! Kadre died. It's not even in session yet,
yep.
and he's died.
I think
I know. Fuck.
I think he rolled stealth.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're
he
not
rolled
supposed to
a
be looking at my DM
36.
screen. God.
Oh no.
I found out the secret.
Shh. It was
Anywho,
intuition.
you might as well just say what you were gonna say while we wait.
I was gonna ask Rex,
Mhm.
what has been like? Let's see. I want to say the most interesting
Excuse me.
thing, or maybe the most like valuable thing that you've learned since you started streaming.
Ooh.
Okay. Let me answer chat before I answer that. Let's see. To feel this is what happens when consumers force a half-finished game. That's true. That's why I don't like deadlines. I prefer studios that are like, hey, this isn't done, so we're gonna push it back a couple of months. Like, I'm impatient, like I want my thing now, but I'd rather you do that than release a half-finished game. So I'll understand. Like, I like those studios better. I'll be like, okay,
That's
I can
exactly
respect
what
that.
what Final Fantasy did.
Yeah, I know, and people were throwing fucking pressure at them. The developer was crying. The developer cried on stage about it, okay? Like, it's ridiculous, the toxic culture.
And then released an amazing game.
Okay, so clarification though, Maru. The most valuable thing that I've learned in what regard? like about streaming?
Just life, I guess.
Wow, that's a really fucking broad question.
It is.
Mm.
I mean, mainly the question is just maybe more so, what's some interesting things that you have learned since you started?
I'll go with something that I'm still learning, which is where to draw the line between an actual friendship and a what's it called? Shit. No, the
Kind of like a fan celebrity relationship.
Yeah. There's a word for it.
I don't know what the term is.
Fuck. I know it, but it's
performer? No, entertainer.
No, it's like a pseudo. No, it's
Personality?
not pseudo. It's.
Let me Google this.
Fuck. Of course.
So the thing that we're gonna learn is the name of what's it called, about the thing that you learned.
I love how I looked it up, and the first thing that comes up is you're not really friends with that internet celebrity.
Parasocial relationship. So where to draw? Yeah, that's the one. Where to draw the line between forming an actual friendship and having a parasocial relationship with my community. And it's difficult because people are wont to, they see you on a screen and you talk directly to them, and especially for streamers, where you're live interacting with people. It's very difficult for the person on the other side to understand, where that line is. And for me as well, it goes both ways.
Yeah, because then there's like some points where you want to be friends with them, but you can't be friends with everybody.
I can't. I barely have the time for an actual social life as is. So, I'm still working on that line.
I see that kind of happens to a lot of my Twitch streamer friends. Is that like that line gets difficult to find?
There's a streamer friend of mine. I won't call them a good friend because I haven't had time to build that deep of a bond. We just connected really fast. Yeah. That has actually had that sort of thing disrupt their community severely. They're a very sweet person. Very much, how do I put it? Thank you so much for the follow. That's an interesting name, Poopzy. I'm gonna tell me something to call you. I'll try and remember it. Anyway, I've seen it happen with them. They're very much like, just kind of like good feels kind of streamer. And so people connect with them really easily, but they can't. They immediately jump into seeing them as a friend, and then start throwing these expectations on them that like, well, why aren't you there for me? Like, you should be able to talk to me and stuff. And at one point, it really caused like a schism in their community. And it's difficult to set those hard boundaries while still building a community that centers around, that interaction.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I'm interviewing you all of a sudden? I mean,
because you gave a pretty good question. Is why.
A pretty good interviewer question.
That was a good interviewer question. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me interview you. Yeah. All right, I'll see you later. Bye. No.
Yeah, it's difficult, Bruiser. It's difficult to find, that line. All right, we are almost at the time. We have 1 minute left until we jump in.
Like 5 minutes till I'm home.
Okay, we have 5 minutes left until we jump in.
Our start time is usually determined when I get home.
Yeah. Life. Life happens. We can't make everything exact.
Nope. As much as I might want to try.
I certainly can't. Lord knows Even my own fucking body won't be on time.
I wanted to
Oh,
get sleep
God, I
today.
know.
That didn't happen.
Did you see
Same.
that one video that I posted?
Which
Oh, literally where you go to sleep, you're like, nah, I didn't sleep. There was no time. There's no fucking
home
way.
from work. Just gets home from work and is like, man, I'm so freaking tired. Just plops in bed, and then like 2 seconds later, like wakes up and it's like 6 a.m. And it's like, oh God, what? No, I didn't even sleep. What happened? Where'd the time go?
Have you seen the GIF of someone? Oh, sorry.
Something happened to the project file.
Oh.
I have a backup
Oh.
of an older version of it.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it's a much older version of it, so a lot of the work I've done today, about 4 hours of work,
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
How does
for
this
the most part,
happen?
gone.
I'm so
Where's
sorry.
my sad background music that I need to play?
But I should be able to recover a lot of it because although the most recent version, like the samplers are missing, but the MIDI files are all intact.
Okay.
So it's not that bad. It's not like I have to
it's
rewrite
not
everything. It's just
unsalvageable. Got it.
I
That's
just
good.
have
That's
to
good. Yeah.
spend a lot of work recovering all the parts and reorchestrating. But considering we have 5 minutes, I can show everyone else the older version, which you have already heard.
All right. Yeah. Let's go for it. Let me pause this music. We can do a volume test.
And he's gone again.
I'm sure he's just tweaking things.
Man have many musical talents.
Yeah,
He will be heard when he wants to be heard.
I know that feeling with art, because like sometimes you'll be drawing on something and then you like forget to save and you go and do something and then it crashes. And then you re-upload it and then you see the last spot where you were and you're like, no.
Yeah.
I get lost looking at animation stuff like, oh, did I animate this? Is it moving enough? Did it move at all? What I miss? Oh, how did I get off the face? Oh crap.
Yeah. Or when you start working way too long on the wrong layer.
Okay. All right. Great. Fortunately, there is some stuff that you have not heard, Rex, that I did add in. For instance, I removed the weird intro that was in a different time signature. It sounded bizarre, so I just lost it. I got rid of it.
All right. Yeah.
I'll turn the volume down, and we'll do a test.
Do it again?
1 second. Something
A little
weird is
higher.
going on. Something weird is going on.
The drums of war.
Yeah, 1 second.
Like.
Gotta love technical difficulties.
Yep.
They love to rear their head at the worst time.
What's going on right now?
Some of the tracks not playing?
None of them are.
Oh.
Oh, what? Well,
for some reason, all of my string samples are missing.
That's not good.
Well,
1 minute. I'll be back in a second.
Okie dokie. I'll put the music back on.
Be recovered, but I'm almost
home. It is almost time.
wait anticipation to get to the driveway.
Almost
Also,
there.
It drives me nuts when I'm looking for a specific meme.
Mm-hmm.
And I know exactly what it looks like. And I tried to describe it to Google, and Google just does not know what I'm talking about.
It just doesn't process it.
I'm like, it's so close.
There was
So I'm
this-
looking. Okay,
Oh,
know,
go
maybe
ahead.
y'all know what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
There's a vine of this guy who it's very similar to what Maru posted. It's this guy who gets to his room. He jumps on his bed with his backpack and then immediately bounces off because the alarm goes off in the morning.
Oh,
So instead of like a sleep thing, it's just bounce off the bed and then he's back up and back to school. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I do. There's many versions of that kind of meme, so I've seen probably one of them.
Yeah, I remember it, but it's vague.
Mhm.
Like, it's been a long time. There was one time where I was trying to look up something, and I spent probably 4 or 5 hours on Google trying to look for it.
Oh no, yeah. Yeah. Like that one. Remember that one time I was looking for the fucking tailless scorpion meme? And I was like, you guys, I'm gonna go fucking nuts. If I can't find it. I found it.
You found it?
Oh yeah, it was satisfying.
Excellent.
Y'all hear the keys, and it's kind of like, Maru's home.
It's like the dog at the door. Oh, you fixed it?
I did.
Yes. Okay. Music is paused.
Ready? Is that too loud?
A little bit. I think it will get a little bit too loud.
Okay. Good.
I think that'll be okay. If I need to, then I'll adjust it in Discord.
That sounds good. I forgot something. Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay, damn. It sounds good so
Uh-huh.
far. Shit.
I was
Mhm,
on
mhm.
the edge of my seat.
Mm-hmm.
I was feeling it. I was vibing.
Sorry, I've got to make sure that this part is correct. Otherwise, the whole thing that I did to make it better will not really do anything, which will suck. Because
Gotcha.
I'm really proud of what I did. Let me make sure that.
Excitement.
Okay, here we go.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
very good.
I love
Oh,
it.
the ending. Mwah.
I love that
Mhm.
dissonant violin part. That was awesome.
You're gonna love it then because that's literally like right here, right there. That's
Mhm.
where your theme comes in, Apusand.
Ooh.
And I wrote it in the Arabic scale.
Mm.
Still using a French horn, of course, because that's, Apusand's instrument. But
Yes. Okay. Well, with that exciting note, or several notes, ha ha ha, see you
It's a joke.
I believe that it is time to begin Mythos Vanesia Nightfall.
Should I turn my volume back up?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
How about that?
Much better.
Excellent. I don't understand. It's coming out of the same thing, but for some reason the music is louder than my voice.
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? I know what it is. How about now?
Ooh.
Ah! No!
Now, that gain was ear splitting.
Sorry. That should do it.
All right. So, let us dive back into the world of Vanis. Last week, on Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, the party basked in the glory of a battle hard fought but won, and spent some time exploring the vaults that had opened before them, uncovering the treasures hidden beneath Astadash, the settlement of the Prequala tribe. In venturing through these vaults, they found many glittering treasures, weapons of war, plants from an old and distant time, art long forgotten. But they found mysteries too, a strange crystalline key set into a pedestal, a tower of stone humming with a strong energy and seething with mist. It was this that eventually led to the drama we find ourselves in now. As Aylin attempted to discern the stone's nature using some of her runes to attempt to glean knowledge from it, the stone rejected it, sending her runes flying and shattering against the wall. So instead, she called Apusand. While the pillar rejected Aylin, however, it accepted him, and as his hand fell upon the stone, he was overcome with a vision, energy channeling through his body, rising into a scream, and within seconds shattered the stone and left him falling upon the floor, barely enough time for Aylin to catch him before he hit the stone. Unconscious, he was recovered by the Moon Elven companions of Aylin, who came to see what the trouble had been, what the noise was. As the party emerged from the vaults, the Moon Elves helping to transport Apusand's very large body, a crowd greeted them, demanding to know what was going on. The explosions, the battle that they heard raging in the vaults below that shook the city above. They demanded to know what their leaders were hiding from them. And their leaders said that soon answers would be had, but for now, rest was needed. We return where we left off, as the Cardinal Argi rushed through the streets of Astadash. The crowd dispersed and parted. The festival is still going on around you, though it's a little bit more muted. You can feel the tension in the streets, not directed your way, but an anxiety that hangs over everybody. The fireworks are a little bit less fervent, the music coming from a few less corners. There's still light in every window and color on every street, and the smell of food wafting as people drift to their comforts and the lack of knowledge. Ahead of you, the three Moon Elves rush. One of them, I always forget his fucking name. Aluran. At the fore, using his telekinesis to lift up some of the streets, your party rushes towards the Mahal, where you were directed. As you step through the front gates of the large communal meeting house, you push down the main hall and into the auditorium. Past the auditorium chamber of the Mahal, Apusand is carried through a set of sheer curtains where the sound of trickling water can be heard. As you step through the curtains yourselves, brushing the sheer fabric out of the way to ascend the single step, you see a small courtyard. Plaster pillars support a short awning of the same material, mixed with latticed wood and hung with a number of local plants. The open roof in the center gazes out onto the night sky, where a couple of fireworks burst brightly in the distance, in the direction of the lake. A small garden is cultivated here, with a pond near the furthest wall, fed by a small trickle down the natural basalt wall. A channel is carved out through the center of the structure to take the runoff of the gentle water and deposit it into the cenote far below. Along either side, a number of archways are hung with colorful curtains and beads, each room bearing a small shuttered window, with a lantern hung near its apex, casting flickering light out into the courtyard grass. Your friend is floated into one of these rooms, nearby on the left side, and gently deposited on the bed within, next to a small nightstand and a simple armoire. As you glance in past the curtains, you can see a small writing desk and a sturdy stool as well, and the subtle shapes of the four muses molded into the plaster of the wall. No real detail, just the general shape to them. The room appears multi-purpose, perhaps at time meant to host guests, and at others, patients, like now. As you stand there, you're brushed quickly out of the way by a brusque voice as a squat hawk with steel-gray feathers shoulders her way through, jingling as she walks, and hoisting a leather satchel over her shoulder. Make way, let's have a look at you. The moon elves glide away from the bedside as the hawk begins to fuss over him, gently pressing at spots, examining bruises, checking for broken bones and for his breathing. After a moment of hovering, she looks back at all of you with sharp eyes as if she'd forgotten that you were there. Well, what are you all standing around for? Breathing down his neck. He needs space. Space! Give him some room!
Okay. It just back up.
You're kind of like squawked out of the curtain. She's like, and like flutters her feathers at you, and the moon elves kind of just like glide back out the door. And she draws the curtains, goes, shoo, and then returns to the bedside to administer treatment and make sure that he's okay. You're left standing outside in the courtyard.
I think I reach for Aylin and Kadre's hands, like as we're ushered out, just like squeezing them really tight. I know we're not supposed to be in there, but I don't want to leave.
I mean, there's not much we can do besides watch.
But if we wake up and no one is with him, that's not going to be a good feeling.
Aylin seems kind of like just at a loss for words.
As you're standing there talking, Aylin, you glance over your shoulder and you can see beyond the archway that you entered through. The curtains are sheer, so you can see silhouettes of shapes in the auditorium chamber beyond. And you see Ceridwyn's figure discussing with a taller figure something, and then moving back in another direction. The other figure comes this way, stepping towards the curtains. However, as you notice this, Aylin, Aluran leans down towards you and speaks something in Avalon. My lady, if I may.
Yes, I kind of just say over my shoulder without looking at him.
If you have a moment, I believe Fuinanan needed to see you. He is set up in a chamber. I can show you to him. I've been told that there is news from scouts.
Oh, you guys, I need to go see what this is. Maybe stay nearby so you can come to him when he wakes, because, you know, most medical places, usually they tell you to wait outside anyways.
I know, I'm well aware. And yeah, I know. We're in the middle of preparations. If you have to go, please do so.
Aylin nods. I'll be back, and she goes to each one of y'all, Kadre and Nathrissa, and gives y'all a hug. Okay.
I'll definitely return it.
Yeah. Alright, I'll be back.
And the tall, bald figure of Alaron gives a bow to the both of you as well, and says, I will return shortly. If you have need of my services, I will offer them. I know that it seems you might have many questions after what you encountered. I don't know what help I can be, but I will offer it all the same. And he turns and begins to stride away. Oop. Boop.
Goodbye.
I'd definitely offer a
My
bow back and
Eiffel Studio
Oh,
crashed.
thanks.
Sorry.
Alright. Aylin, as you're led away by Aluron, you walk past the figure of the Priuli, who steps into the chamber, walking directly toward Nathrissa and Kadre. And
As.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead.
no, you first.
As she walks by, Aylin kind of gives a Jaina like bow and says, I am glad that you're awake and alive. I would stay, but I need to take care of something and I'll be back.
And to be clear, you did just see her. She was the one that was kind of holding the crowd back who were at the gates of the temple.
Yeah, we hadn't had a chance to like
Right.
address her directly.
True. Yes, she gives a bow in return. Yes. There is much business that has to be... Well, there's much to be done. Lots of unrest, but we shall get to that, please. Be safe.
You as well.
She brushes out her feathers, and the spotted eagle approaches you, Nathrissa. Miss Nathrissa?
When she clears her throat, she kind of stands up out of her stupor, and she'll let go of Kadre's hand in turn. Yes, I forgot her name.
It's Vati Kalsuris. You can call her Vati, or just the Priuli.
You're the Priuli, yes?
Yes, I am.
Apologies, I'm not well versed in addressing you, but she'll give a bow.
You don't need to be so formal. We are not formal here. I am told that the Ceridwyn wishes to speak to you.
Oh. She kind of looks hesitantly back over to the tent, and then to Kadre. I know that. And I think I turned to talk to Kadre. Would it be all right if I stepped away? I don't know when he's going to wake up.
Would it be okay if I asked a question?
Well, yes. What is it?
What is this in regards to?
Yeah, I'll turn back to the Priuli.
I don't know. Only Ceridwyn knows.
If it's so soon, I mean, it has to be something. I would presume.
This is just me, Nathrissa. I understand that you probably don't feel this way, but I'm personally rather strongly opposed to being asked to meetings where I don't know what the subject of discussion is.
I'm told it's a personal matter.
Very well then.
She looks a little confused, but she'll kind of read the room and be like, "It's fine, Kadre. This isn't going to be an issue. We're fine here for now. Maybe we can talk to someone to make sure that if Apusand wakes up, we're informed immediately. Is that possible?"
Of course. I don't believe that. Kadre, I'm getting echo from you.
How?
There's background noise filtering into. There's like a little hiss.
How's that?
That's good. That's perfect. I don't think that... I don't foresee any reason why any of you will be leaving the building. She's only in the meeting room, and Aylin was called to another one. So yes, we will fetch you right away when he wakes.
All right. Okay. That's fine then. If you'll guide me.
Yes, this way. And she brushes out her feathers again and stands up with that proud posture that she's used to carrying. Although you can see a little bit on her face that she's been shaken by recent events. The thing that you all witnessed down in the vaults before the fight, the uproar in the town. It's getting to her a little bit. She's a warrior, and this is a lot. Still.
Yeah. I think I step in at her side and start to walk with her at her pace. I think she hesitates to put like a hand on her shoulder, but then retracts it and is just going to quietly follow.
Okay. You emerge out into the antechamber, and she directs you around to the right, where the same meeting room where you had met before when all of the leaders of the tribe had gathered. As that's happening, Aylin, you are directed around to the other side of the building. Aluran lets the other two moon elves depart, the clerics heading out to rejoin the rest of the troops. But he pushes open a thick curtain into an enclosed room. There are windows on the walls, but they are latticed over, so there's just little holes that let in light from the city beyond. Lanterns are hung in here, but most of them are extinguished except for a single small one in the corner, leaving just enough light to kind of see the space. And in the space, as Aluran lets the curtain drop behind him, you see Fuinanan laid out on a very nice bedroll. His armor has been removed and set aside, and he is in the robes that are typically used for meditations or communing with the goddess.
Mm-hmm.
In the dim light, you can see the glowing silvery moonlight of moon runes upon the bedroll, and you make out the ones for dream and for connection. There's a second bedroll laid out near his with the same runes upon it.
I'll lay down next to it.
At your leisure, Miss Aylin. I shall return to your friends and see what aid I can offer.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Just support them how you can.
Of course. May the goddess be with you.
May Alinar watch your steps.
And he drifts back out the curtain, letting it fall silently behind him. You rest your head back onto the bedroll and close your eyes. Relax your breathing, and in the practiced method that you're very used to by now, begin to drift into sleep and the shared dream. Now, for the sake of making sure that Apusand gets his scene in soon.
She's doing pretty good. Actually doing pretty good at the moment. I'm surprised.
Yeah?
I'm fully here, yeah.
Okay. Then let's start with... let's go ahead and have... Yeah. Okay, so, before we get too deep into that scene, Kadre, you are left alone, standing outside the doorway of your companion. It's only a couple of moments before Aluran returns, and he glances around, seeing Nathrissa absent, and strides directly to you. Kadre?
Kadre, would there be like a chair or bench outside the room?
Yes, there are benches out here in the courtyard.
Okay. Kadre would have been sitting on his head resting in his hands. And like when he Aluron comes in, what would he do if he saw him sitting like that?
You watch as he, or well, you don't watch, your head is in your hands, but he glides up, his robes flowing about him, and he's silent for a moment as he watches you. But then, with the ever so gentle, you almost don't hear it, rustle of robes, he just takes a seat on the bench behind you and watches the water trickle gently into the pond, waiting until you're ready to speak or ask for what you need.
Did he say anything to him yet?
He said your name. He addressed you.
Oh, okay. I meant like if he had approached and seen me with my head in my hands, would he have just done the same thing and then sat down?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, Kadre would have lifted his head as soon as he heard his name. I didn't realize that's what you meant. Sorry.
No worries.
Yes?
I understand that this is difficult. Your friend will be fine. In the meantime, I am here to offer aid. Anything that you need.
A way to not go crazy while waiting to find out if he's actually going to be okay would be nice.
The man thinks. He draws back his hood and lets it rest on his shoulders, and the bluish material kind of sparkles as it settles.
No, I'm not going to be able to focus on that right now. Yeah, what were you about to say? Sorry.
You strike me as the academic type.
That's the first time I've ever heard that, but interesting.
You enjoy reading and learning and exploring new things.
Yes, I do, actually.
See many questions written on you and your companions' faces after the vaults. Perhaps...
That's an understatement.
Perhaps taking this time to explore answers to whatever questions you have, or things that might be coming.
The one question I did have, or the most pressing question I had, was what Nathrissa and Apusand had seen in the vaults before we arrived.
It was Aylin and Apusand, but...
Sorry, Aylin and Apusand.
I see. That can only be answered with time, and with the return of one or the other, but...
Indeed.
Are there other questions that weigh on your mind?
How long do you think it will take for Apusand to recover?
I am uncertain. From what the Gwerin said, it was shock to the system and to the mind. That could take hours, it could take a day. It could take minutes.
I suppose there's not much point in me sitting around here, is there?
It is respectable to remain near your friend. I could bring answers to you. I can fetch people, books.
Actually, it's a secure item, so you'd have to be careful with it. Could you fetch me something? Just something to take my mind off of this for a while.
Perhaps. if it is accessible.
DM question.
Mm-hmm.
Would the tower be accessible?
Yes, if you were to give him the command word for it, which you've seen Apusand use many times. Apusand was carrying the staff, but it's in the bedchamber.
Actually, oh wait, never mind. I don't need him to do that. Wait. Does the transcriptor fit in my bag of holding? I forget.
Yeah, it's big and bulky, and it takes up a
I
lot
think-
of room, but...
Yeah, that's how you transported it out originally.
Mhm.
Okay. Great. Then never mind. I don't actually need him to retrieve it. Yeah.
I will drop a DM hint here. You can do the transcript if you wish, because of course this is your time. But also, I believe that the party wished to research at some point Skein Witches.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm gonna ask about that.
Okay. How do you ask it?
Thank you for that reminder.
No, it's
I appreciate-
time between sessions. We forget about things, so...
Okay, so
I forgot about that too.
so we all forgot. So I'm going to ask him. It's like, oh, actually, before I do that, because I've no idea how long it's going to take Apusand to wake up. What do you know about Skein Witches?
Skein Witches.
I saw one on the trip to. I believe it's actually the trip
Sangsala.
here.
Mhm.
Yeah, the trip to the
To Astadash. Sangsala is the island.
to Astadash, actually.
Right.
The lake, and I indicate the direction and where its general location is.
So he rolled a natural 1.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, I have not heard of such a creature, but I am in contact with the keepers here. I have met a few of them. Perhaps I can ask them to bring books, information about local creatures.
Specifically magical creatures.
Hmm.
I don't actually know it's a magical creature, but the fact of the matter is I'd bet my left hand it was, or it is. And specifically ones residing in swamps and lowland areas.
Understood. I shall go to Keeper Dagani. We have a good relationship built. I'll have them bring books. When I return, there is a ritual that I may be able to conduct. Perhaps that can glean some answers as well.
Excellent, thank you.
If you'll excuse me. And he stands,
Oh,
the robes whooshing
wait.
about him, and then turns
One-
back to you.
One final thing. Information specifically about fighting them.
Understood. And then he whirls, the robes twirling around him, and glides out of the courtyard.
Health, powers, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It actually matches
Resistances.
what
Good God,
I
resistances.
did talk to Alyron about a Skein Witch before, and all he said was, "They are dangerous." That is all I know.
Oh, he did? Okay, well then that's what
Yeah.
he told Kadre just now. That
Yeah.
all
Oh my
I
God.
know is that they are dangerous.
Yes.
Okay. It's like,
Hmm.
well, could you find out some
Yeah.
more?
So he goes to find out some more. We will depart from that scene.
Mm-hmm.
As Kadre, you're left in the courtyard for some moments. And we shall turn instead to Nathrissa. Let's see. think we're gonna keep the music the same. Yeah. Because I don't really have anything better for this scene.
So just keep Celestial Memories.
Yeah, just keep that rolling. I have stuff for other scenes, but this works for this one. Nathrissa. You're led over to the same chamber where you had the meeting before. The prelude does not enter with you. She indicates the door and then departs, as it is meant to be a private conversation. The door creaks softly open as you enter the meeting room of the Mahal, stepping down the singular plaster step into the wide room. Small bits of light cast themselves over the long table in wavering beams as lanterns flicker along the left wall, hung behind the decorative latticed wood of the Gavaksha arches niched into the wall, and a fire burns in the hearth on the opposite side. Across the room from you, you see a figure startle at the noise as the door swings shut gently behind you, quickly righting themselves from where they were slumped on the cushion of the nook between the two crooked potted trees. Ceridwyn's figure is difficult to make out in the low light, dark as she is with her panther fur and raven wings. But the bursting light of fireworks outside sparkles through the three Jali windows behind her, silhouetting the girl's figure and glinting off the silver surface of a bit of jewelry in her hand. You quickly see her wipe a paw across her cheeks and hastily tuck the tiny amulet away. And in the relative silence of the room, actually, what's your passive perception?
10.
10? Okay, yeah. So you see that.
Okay.
She rises quickly but quietly from her spot, moving over to the fire and snatching a bundle of incense and a burner on the way, leaning down to light one in the hearth as she speaks. Nathrissa, thank you for coming. I hope I didn't pull you away from anything important.
Apusand is quite important, however, we don't know when he's going to wake, so I don't want to sit there idly and not be useful.
Yes, I'd heard, well, she reaches up to the ledge above the hearth and sets the incense burner up there and tucks the incense into it as smoke kind of rises into the room, and you begin to catch the gentle scent of myrrh.
Yeah, I think I'm slowly stepping down and getting a little closer.
I'd heard that something happened. My wish is for a swift recovery, but I'm told there's nothing more that we can do for the moment.
He's breathing and physically all right, and that's as much as we can do for now.
Well, that much is good at least. She turns to the table and kind of just walks over and leans on it next to one of the chairs, quietly. She's silent, pondering something.
I'll come and join on the other side of the table and seat myself.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that weighs on your mind, I'm sure. That's why you called me here?
No. Yes. Well,
No.
it's hard to...
Yes.
I mean, I don't really...
Breathe, darling.
Yeah, as she's starting and stopping, you can see her like fiddling with her hands and kind of looking away, and then finally she's just... Oh god, this is going to sound ridiculous coming from me. As you see her nervously like fiddling with her hands, spinning this silver ring that's on her finger, and in the low light you can see that it's heavily worn from the anxious habit. I don't... She looks up directly at you, and in the firelight you can now see, as the light falls upon her face, fresh stains that mat the fur on her cheeks, tear tracks, and her voice catches a little bit as she speaks. I just want to know, how do you do it all?
Out of character, I'm sorry.
Damn.
Ceridwyn is very young, by the way.
Yeah,
right?
didn't she?
How
Isn't
old
she
is
in a
she?
new young form?
Can I have you, No, actually, with that statement, I'll just give it to you without the insight check. So you're suddenly very aware of who you're looking at. Not the magpie, not the matron of the Luchd-Dion, not a powerful leader ready to command the might of the tribes gathered here. She is a girl. Barely 16, an adult by tribal standards for maybe a few months at the most. In her eyes, you see a reflection of yourself, anxious, emotional, grieving, weighed upon by burdens 100 times her size, perhaps even more than you. And she's scared.
Fuck. Okay. Nathrissa has her fingers intertwined, set on the table in front of her, and I think she stares in silence for a good maybe 10 seconds.
Yeah, if waiting more than 2 seconds, she just starts to dump and prattle on. How do you carry all the weight that's been dumped on you? The responsibility, the hopes, the prophecies and the expectations. How do you do it all and walk with so much confidence and strength? And oh God, I don't even know what I'm really asking.
I get up from my chair and I will join her on the side that she's at. And I will gently cup her face, as as long as she doesn't flinch back.
She doesn't, but you can see her lip quiver.
It isn't some special ability that I just have to be able to put up with things. It's not natural for anyone to have to put up with all that pressure. If I'm being perfectly honest, dear, a lot of it is fake. A lot of it. Almost all of it.
You can see tears start to well up in the corners of her eyes again.
Oh yeah, she's starting to cry too. She's like, fuck!
Nathrissa's like, I'm struggling too!
I know!
Yeah,
Bitch,
and
me too!
she just, at that, almost fucking collapses into your arms and starts, crying on your shoulders. And she, between choking
her,
breaths, she's like, oh, I thought it was failing somehow. You don't know how good it feels to hear that.
Oh.
You are not failing. You are here, and you are here for your people. You are putting up with this because you care about them. And you're only... I know that if not for the friends that I had behind me, I don't know how strong I would be able to handle anything. She's shaking as she's holding her.
Mm-hmm. You're lucky to have those. I mean, I'm sorry that I had to ask this of you, but God, you should see the way that they look at me. Like I'm the pillar, their strength, the leader, like some kind of goddess. Look at me like I got all the answers, but I can't even sort through all these old memories. There's just too much packed into me, more than was ever meant to fit in one head. I can't show any of them how much is breaking me. They need me. If I crack in front of them, my tribe, my people, all my people, they might shatter. They don't have anyone else to talk to.
I will slowly bring us to sit down, as she's talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll swaddle her in my arms like a mother would a child. And I will just start gently stroking the back of her hair as I just listen to what she's saying.
Mm-hmm. The tears are like rolling down her cheeks and wetting your dress. As she rests there, curled up in your arms, she's like gripped onto the fabric of your clothes. I'm their hope, Nathrissa, their dreams, I'm their future. I can't show weakness, not to a single one of them, or it'll all sour into despair.
Can I tell you something?
She just nods.
I've been told the pretty much exact same thing. That a lot of destinies are intertwined with mine. And what I do can determine the future for all of them. But you know what else? I've also screamed and cried and lost it and broke down. And I'm still here. People have seen it. People who know what I'm supposed to be, and they've accepted me for it. And it may not be everyone in the tribe that can support you. But you have me and you have allies with you. I understand. Probably better than most. And I'm here for you. Even if it's just our shoulders that carry it, at least you will not be alone.
The shaking of her sobs slowly starts to subside, but she's still sniffling and the tears are still rolling. And she lifts her head up a little bit, not looking at you, looking off into the fire, and takes a moment to catch a few shaky breaths. I'm scared. I think at least you still have a life ahead of you. But for me, I'm not sure. I don't know. Mine's barely started and I don't think that it's gonna end. It already has.
Listen, I've discovered that life is fucking crazy. There's nothing predictable about it, even if you think you know it inside and out. It doesn't matter how many lives you live, how many years you live, there's always going to be things that scare you. I don't care how strong someone thinks they are, there is always something to be feared. I'm fucking petrified of what I may have to face. I've died before, facing what I was told I am destined to do. And I came back.
And she looks up at you at that.
There, your life is more than just the role you play. These destinies that were given to us, we are more than just that. You are not going to die, because the life you live lives on beyond just what these bodies have given us. It's the people we touch, the people we see every day, the hope that you give. And if I have anything to do with it, you're not going to die anytime soon. Just to clarify.
I don't think you understand. I'm not talking about my body. She sniffles and wipes her nose, kind of just like uses her sleeve to dry it up a little bit.
Yeah, I start wiping like the like my thumb across her face and maybe a little bit of presto.
All my life, all my goddamn life, from the day I was born, I knew when my life would end. Because from the moment that I was born, the old me, the one that came before, her clock began to tick. That's how it works. 16 years to the day, when I come of age, she dies. In 16 years I counted down those days, the only real days of my life, before it wasn't mine anymore. But nothing really prepared me for the moment that dozens of lifetimes are suddenly shoved into your skull at once. A million memories that aren't mine, that are but aren't, choices I didn't make, places I haven't been, words I've never said. I'm scared that who I am is gonna die, that I'll be buried under a mountain of other me's until I'm unrecognizable. 16 years of life erased. When do those choices matter anymore when all this other me is shoved into me? I've forgotten to tell how to tell which thoughts are mine, and which are the memories older than my body. How can I even tell if I'm making the decisions anymore if it's the rest of her? And as she says that, you can see her pull out of her pocket the same piece of jewelry that she was holding before, this little silver pendant, and she just rubs her thumb over it nervously and worries at it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Oh, God.
And you're fine.
Aylin would be like,
This is some
just
rough
write it
shit."
down. That's
Just keep
what
all
I
your
do.
memories in a journal. Oh, God. Okay,
Oh, she's not talking about memories. It's... Well, I'll let you think about that yourself.
yeah, okay. I think Nathrissa pauses and she's just very slightly rocking back and forth and in thought as she's saying this. Well, that's a lot of uncertainty, then, isn't it? A lot to fear.
More than I've ever felt.
When's the last time you were able to stop and breathe in complete silence?
About a week before I turned 16.
Do you remember what the weather was like that day?
The weather. It was raining. It always fucking rains when Efroth.
And what did that smell like? What did it sound like?
It smelled like the marshes after all the foul had been washed away. Fresh water in the air. It sounded like 100 little pieces of glass falling. Night laughter in the tribe and the smell of roasted meat and
Was it
And
good?
leaves hair.
Was it annoying? Was it pleasant?
It was wet.
She's kind of just breaking into a smile with like teary-eyed, and she's wiping her tears still with her thumb across her cheeks. Well, yes.
Sorry.
No, dear, it's all right. I've been doing a lot of crying lately, and not going to lie. So I understand.
I've not been doing enough. I've not
I
had
highly
the time.
recommend it.
It feels like it helps. Oh, God.
It has to be let out at some point. And it's better to do it more often than bottle it up and pretend like nothing's wrong. Although, as I admitted before, a lot of it is pretend.
How do you put on such a strong face all the time? I feel like I'm about to crack from within every time. God, it doesn't show, does it?
No.
Aylin's like, oh yeah.
There is something I've kind of learned as I've gone along with this group. That I am labeled many things. An heir, an ASMR, a high elf, a traitor. But of all of them, I'm still me. Still Nathrissa Saral, the young girl raised by a father that taught her that no one and nothing could stand in my way. And I truly believe that. Even if I come across something that is so grand and terrifying and petrifying that it brings you to your knees and you choke and you can't even scream because of how overwhelming it is. You just have to know that you, not what you are told to be, is stronger than anything you will face. Because if you don't believe it, then who else will?
From the day that I've been born, I've been the Ceridwyn. There's never been anyone else. But I'll do my best to be me. To stay me. Just me.
Be the you that smells the fresh rain. And hears the twinkling of little glass falling down on roofs. Be the you that's afraid and still strong. Because you are.
And you can see her expression harden just a little bit into one of resolve. She lifts a hand and wipes tears off her cheeks. God, I look like a fucking mess, I bet.
Oh, I've similar position. Listen, let me take care of that. I'll presto her face.
Oh, I
and
wish
give
I could
like
do that
and
one.
like give her like a little warm breeze. Also feeling just like
Oh, maybe I could learn that trick one day.
I think
does
that
it would
might
help.
be a good investment. It's come in quite handy. Many
Got
times.
all these damn runes, but not that one. Ooh.
Well, with time.
Aye.
And we'll make sure that you have plenty of it.
I mean, don't tell anyone else, but I still don't know what some of these do.
Oh, you've got no clue. Like, sometimes I just have these overwhelming emotions and things happen, and listen, it's a mess. Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. People ask me questions like I'm supposed to know them, because the last one knew him, and I don't have that memory yet. Never mind, I don't want to cry again.
That's another thing. Is that crying is relief for the soul. It's release of the pressure.
Yes.
And if you truly want to live up to their expectations, letting some of that pressure in front of those who you can trust is so important.
I still got to learn who I can trust.
Yeah, I won't lie. I'm a little bit in that process myself. But no one got anywhere just trusting everyone and everything.
Oh, I don't just trust them. I need to know who's gonna break if they see me break. The tribes don't work like the Empire. We're all family. Every single one of us. If I break in front of the wrong person, the whole tribe will know. And they'll all falter. I need to be certain that the people that I can lean on won't tell a soul when I'm weak.
I never said it was going to be easy.
Oh God, I didn't think it would be, no. Oh.
I couldn't recommend it more that going through trials with these people generally tells you if you can trust them. I mean, I literally died with my group, and I don't know if anything will top that.
Yeah, how did that work out for you?
Yeah, it was not pleasant. I was so tired. I was very sick for many days.
Yeah.
But they were there the whole time. And you're only 16, darling. You have so much time to find those people. And for now, although we are not permanent figures here, you can always come to me. Or I can come to you, honestly, whatever works best. I'm not welcome most places, and if I can find refuge with you and you with me, then that'd be more than welcome.
Nathrissa, our people have had many qualms over the years. But you're one of the good ones.
That's what people keep telling me, but, you know, it goes back and forth. She kind of smiles.
It'll do that. If you don't mind me dumping one last thing.
No, of course not.
Yeah, I really can't tell anybody this. Although I suspect some of them might think it already.
Before she finishes, I will lift up my hand and offer my pinky.
She kind of looks at it curiously.
This is what is known as a pinky swear. We join fingers here, and I kind of gesture and take her pinky finger.
Mm-hmm. And she'll wrap it around yours.
And we shake our arms like this. And it is what I consider to be a contract of secrecy
Bada boom,
between
pow.
people.
And
it's
it's
the
a
strongest
contract.
contract I could ever make other than a magical one. I only do this with trusted friends.
You learn something new every day. I just need to get it off my chest.
She'll nod and wait.
She takes a deep breath. I think I might be the last one.
What makes you think that?
The prophecies come around. When the 15th tribe returns. Retribution or reconciliation. It's always been my purpose one day, well, the Ceridwyn's purpose, the magpie, to return, to unite the tribes. I'm here. If I fulfill my purpose, there's no need for another me.
Does that scare you?
No. In a way, it's nicer than the alternative. Than thinking that someday someone just like me is going to be born in my tribe, and then I'll count the days down till I die and know exactly when. That's scary. And I feel sorry for the ones before.
I think that, in that case, it's a kind of blessing, if you think about it. No one in the future will have to face what you've had to face, right?
Hmm.
And that's the point of what we're picked for all this. We're picked so that others don't have to face the struggles we do. That's the hope for the future, isn't it?
I hope. That's the stuff I'm made of.
And action.
Oh,
You're
that
not
too.
just destinies, darling. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of sitting in this glass throne, told to sit and do what I'm told. I'm about ready to take the reins on this, if you know what I mean.
Well, hopefully I'll get that level of confidence. For me, it's the other way around.
Now listen, if I can't recommend enough, if you wear heels, naked, and walk around a, marbled floor, extremely empowering. Just, very minor, but, it's actually quite helpful.
Not what I expected you to say. We don't really wear heels in the tribes. Could I borrow a pair
Oh, I
of
have
yours?
several pairs. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, God.
Listen, hold on. I
Pulls
go
out the
into my
Feyline,
bag of
too.
holding, and I'm like, listen, I have this pair. And then she starts pulling out several pairs of heels.
How many pairs do you... Oh, those black ones are really nice.
Oh, absolutely. Take your pick. And there's...
Do you think I'm the same size as you? Do I need to pad them?
Listen, try them. Right now.
Oh, are they made for Dana Paws? Oh, I think I
Listen,
might need to
I
get
have
my own
some
made.
I have some stretchy straps. Hold on.
Okay.
Listen, one time we were walking for a very long time, and my ankles got very bloated, and so I just, you know what I mean, and I will, trying to get a crack on her face, and I will just bring out all my heels.
Yeah, you get a little bit of a giggle as you start to just kind of dump them out on the table, and she's laughing at how many you have. And her anxiety's not gone, but it is alleviated for the moment. And you feel good about that. And that will continue for as long as you want, trying on heels and her stumbling about because they're definitely not made for Jaina Paws. Digitigrade legs do not fit into shoes made for feet. But
My next goal to make heels for Jaina Paws.
funny thing about anthropomorphic characters, they're always kind of walking like they have heels on. Because just their toes touch the ground. But you'll find a way. You'll find a way. But we'll let that sit. And as we slip away from that scene, let's go ahead and take care of Apusand's. So I'm gonna pause that music. And give me one moment to fiddle with audio. Wait. Let me pull this up over here. Where are you? God damn it. There we go. Yeah, that'll do.
Also, Rex, god damn it. How dare you put me on the spot? Like, fuck. How do I give someone trauma advice when I don't know how to deal with my own shit?
I love it. I love it. It's amazing. I've been waiting on that scene.
That was a really good scene. I mean, if Aylin was there, she would just be like, "Oh, I don't know either. No one knows what to do."
That's rough, buddy.
The whole reason.
Sure, figure it out.
The whole reason she picked Nathrissa is because Nathrissa's the same as her. Massive destiny unloaded onto her shoulders. Barely 24. In the eyes of Nathrissa's people, still a fucking child.
I am baby.
Yes.
I don't even know.
They do allow me to drink for whatever reason.
All
elves can drink at 18.
I'm just over here.
Wine
Aylin's just
is a
over here
cultural
like,
thing.
well, if it helps, then do it.
Okay. So that should be on for
Aylin.
the font.
I don't even know.
Oh, you're going a bit robotic, by the way.
Oh, sorry, I'm far away. I don't even know how Aylin's able to console Nathrissa at all. Because
She does her best.
Aylin's just like, oh, there.
What worked last time? Drinks. Let's do drinks.
Looks anxiously to Apusand. Help.
I mean,
wait,
that is.
Was this the one? Or was it?
It is like a flaw of Aylin's is not really being good with social interactions.
Super fair.
Shit.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, I just said super fair.
I'm trying to figure
yeah.
out.
Yeah. Unless Aylin's planning something, then she's a woman on a mission.
Oh, that's what I was gonna do.
Now listen, my social interactions may be ass, but I can plan a fucking heist, bitches.
Right.
Oh, here we go. This was what I was gonna do. Okay, so don't Apusand, do not play the song that I posted in Groovy. I posted the wrong one.
No worries.
However, do play this one.
I got the fattest bowl of cereal.
Oh my god. Oh my god, right in front of my cereal. So, let's go ahead and get on to Apusand's scene.
playing.
Apusand. In the darkness of your own mind, you float through memories, fragments of your own life, jumbled up on one another like a river. Your thoughts are intangible like the wind, words slipping in and out of your mind without taking pause for you to grasp. You are lost, sleeping, dreaming. You cannot even form enough of a thought to question. You see moments from your past flitting by, footfalls in a forest, the kind hands of a healer tending your eye, blood on your palms lit by the fires set on your village, the piercing golden eyes of a tigress Justicar in the frozen mountains. And you see moments that are not your own, though in your state you cannot discern the two. The fervent dance of figures, rising mist trailing over feather and paw, the burst of magics brighter than the sun, a song so loud it splits the firmament. As you lose the visions in a jumble of images, colors blurring into a river of wet paint, there comes a whisper in your ear. Lost, lost, lost in the maze of your mind. What is there in the darkest corners for you to find?
Is this like a voice I can address back, or is it just something that's? I guess I'll try speaking back to it if that's something I can even manage in this state.
And what would you like to say?
Are you here to guide me, or here to prompt me to discover what you hint at?
As you speak, the river of color before you parts ever so slightly, enough to reveal a shadow in the shape of 6 slits of glowing red peering down at you. You are scattered, shattered, mind unmade, mistakes of others for which you've paid. You're lost in sleep and will be lost when you wake, but a pact we can make.
Pact. To free me from this shattered state you speak of. To repair the damages of others done to me.
The river of color.
Who?
color Hmm? Oh,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say, who do you claim to be, if I may be so bold to ask?
I am with you, within you, already apart.
Oh goodness, have you been speaking to me recently? You the voice? Are you the voice that have been calling what I see and telling me things I could not have known?
The river of color seethes and subsumes the eyes, and you float for a moment more, unanswered. But shortly you feel something wrap around you, like arms, as though a figure were at your back, holding you from behind. The voice whispers again, like a breath upon your ear. Unravel the thread that binds me, and I shall use it to weave this gifted tangle whole. All I ask. You see a misty shadow curling over the vision of your left eye, in the vague shape of a hand. It cups itself over your left eye, and the vision on that side goes black. You can feel the mist curling, tracing the shape of the sigil. Is a fragment of your soul, borrowed, not to take, that I might judge you and awake.
Apusand is considering this deeply at the moment, trying to gather my sense of self, I can imagine it's not really coming to me. And
It's
my
very
feelings-
difficult. You can feel like it takes you several tries to form a thought. You can, but it's a struggle. Even speaking is halting and stuttering and
the
a
longer
distraction
I
of
wait,
color and blurred memory.
The longer I wait, the less there may be of me that remains. But even still, I will agree to this. I do not want to lose what I've gained so far and how far I've come from where I've been, and there are still goals that I need to see through. Not just for myself, not just for my people.
The hand pulls away, and you can see out of your eye again the smoky shape. The fingers grow slightly more solid, a little bit metallic, and they begin to reach back in towards your eye. Wise, wise, wise. The pact is made. I shall see through your eyes. And as the hand reaches your eye, it snags the point of the skin where the sigil is over your eye, and you feel a jolt of pain, as though a thread were being pulled out of the skin. The vision in your left eye wavers and goes black. With your other eye, you see a dark thread being drawn. Other hands go up to grab it, and they begin to weave into the stream of color around you, stitching like cloth, bundling it together. You can feel your thoughts start to regather, coherency coming to you again. You can see images start to form out of the color back into coherency. Your memories start to return to you. And the voice fades as you drift back down through your memories, growing stronger and stronger, your mind becoming whole again.
Sand is still just attempting to keep a handle on what's happening here. The thought of losing who he was is an entirely new fear, one that had not surfaced before. In all his days, even before the event with his eye, and soon after, he had a confidence that there would still be him underneath all that could be brought back. But this, a shattering of self, is altogether a new sort of terror for him to try to grapple with.
Mm-hmm. And as you're grappling with this, I would like you to make an intelligence check for me.
All right.
First roll of the game, 2 hours in. 1.5.
Intelligence. That's a 14.
14. As you are pondering this, and you become aware that you are unconscious, asleep, not yet ready to wake. The shock is still in your system. Your mind is not fully stitched, but you begin to be aware of something else being stitched together in your mind. Not an entity, not anything like that, no. Knowledge that wasn't there before. Information. It's still too broken for you to make sense of it all. But those memories that aren't yours, of dancing, of singing, of magic and mist, words begin to come to you. Mist flow. You know that one. But it's in relation to this. Something called Empyrean Investiture. Something ancient, powerful, dangerous, maybe forbidden. There's pieces of what it requires, but you don't know yet what it does. A relic, an incantation, a ritual, and several mages. It will take time to weave this information together, but as it is being stitched, so too is the knowledge of where it came from. The pillar. This is what it tried to put into your mind.
Something so powerful and so protected that it must only be given to a certain few? The train of thought that's going through Apusand's head at the moment. As much as one can at the moment.
With 14 on your intelligence check, that's all you get for now. But your thoughts continue to be woven together by this other entity. But as you continue to drift through memories, your vision does not return to your left eye. We're going to leave the scene.
I just kind of gently touch with the hand, see if I can, if anything feels any different.
It feels the same. Nothing has physically changed, but then again, this is a dreamscape. You can't really be sure until you wake.
Yes.
And we will leave the scene there, because the rest cannot occur until you are awake.
That's fair. I almost want to try lucid dreaming at this point, but...
However, for the sake of not forgetting for next session, in case we don't get to continue your scene tonight, I would like you to mark down that Apusand is now blind in his left eye. However, I would also like you to write down Gift of Whispers.
Alright. I am writing these down.
And you'll find out what that does.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Now, we're going to pause that music and cycle around to Aylin.
Hello.
And Aylin, you can play the song that I accidentally posted, Ocean Lullaby.
Or should I do a Aylin song?
You can if you wish. I wanted to mix it up a bit.
Okay. Okay.
So, I just put that on a loop.
Mm-hmm.
Scrolling up, I have these in different orders. Alright. Aylin, you lay down on the bedroll and, with practiced ease, slip into sleep. The runes beneath you... Just like that. The runes beneath you glow with a soft moonlight as you become a part of the connected dream. It takes a moment, the scene dripping into view like water as you sink down into the dream. Interestingly, it's been a while since you've used dream runes to connect and to speak to someone, to another of your people. And you've done a lot of veil walking work since then.
Mm-hmm.
As you dip into this dream, you're very aware of it, of the edges, of how, although it drips into your vision as you sink into it, you feel almost as though you're approaching it through a mist. Like you're walking into this space.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the edges of it kind of like curl around you, envelop you, until eventually the sensations begin to hit you of the space around. A cold wind striking your skin and whipping your robes around you. You're trudging through snow and through tall pine trees, a mountaintop, and up in a saddle between peaks, you can see a camp. A little fire burns on this side of the lip, small and smokeless, lit magically, and tents that are sparkling white are strung between the trees. You see there 3 figures. One of them you recognize, the short blue hair and the thin, very boyish figure of Fuinanon. The other 2 figures you do not, but they are Moon Elven. They're all looking away to the other side, but as you approach, they are aware of your entry into the dream, and they glance over their shoulders.
I will, before I, started approaching, Aylin's like, okay, confidence. I, straighten out my hair, and then walk forward.
Fuinanon is the first to turn towards you, and he takes a few steps down to meet you, in front of the fire. Aylin.
Hello.
He gives a bow. May I introduce Glansilef and Lilalin. They are the scouts that we sent to Jagga.
Oh, pleasure to meet both of you. I thank you for all your hard work that you've been doing.
You can see them both. The one that he pointed to when he addressed Glansilef is small and very slight, very short for an elf, only 5'2". You can see as she turns, though her hood is over her head, you can still see her face here. She's drawn back the mask that she had been wearing. Her skin is a very pale shade of pink, and her hair is a stark white, shaved close to the head so that it almost sparkles slightly. Her eyes are large and a vibrant deep blue, like a pure sapphire. Cheekbones as sharp as knives grace the sides of her face, and under them a cut on each cheek. One looks slightly more jagged than the other, acquired in battle, perhaps. The second is clean, surgical, and possibly placed to match the first and balance the look. Tattoos in a scrawling script trail down her neck from her chin. The script is unrecognizable, harsh, yet subtle as well, with thin lines and jagged points. You've seen it before when you briefly met other Siran. But this is a secret script guarded closely by that sect of the Watchers, so you cannot read it. Her leathers are...
Hold on. So this is the wizard sect?
No, the Siran are the rogues and rangers.
Ah. Okay.
Her leathers are woven in banded layers across the waist, almost like a corset, and between them is stitched a white sparkling fabric that looks almost like fresh fallen snow. This transforms around the back into a flowing cloak, with crystal pins like fragments of ice to fasten it in place, to fasten it out of the way during a fight. Her boots are tall, almost all the way to the knee, and bound with buckled straps in the same colors. At her waist, you can see the glint of metal off the hilts of 6 blades, 3 on each side. Each of these is a different length, with the largest no longer than a short sword. Poking up from under the belt, you can see the tops of a number of scraps of parchment, each easy to reach and grouped into bundles of 10 or 12 apiece. As she shifts slightly, her hand resting on her hip, the cloak lifts from its pinning around her neck to reveal a final adornment. A tiny, needle-like knife dangles on a pendant chain around her neck, the blade no more than 2 inches, and made of polished silver. You can see carefully worked moon runes on its surface, and recognize the ones for power, light, and control, but there are others that you cannot understand, and perhaps more on the other side. You cannot guess at its use. The other, Lilalim, is a complete contrast. He seems to dominate the view as he steps forward. While Glansilef is very slight, Lilalim appears quite broad. His shoulders are wide and powerful, and his arms, which are bare at the moment, are very muscled, speaking to his strength. At 6'5", he has a tendency to tower, and his broad chest makes him seem like a wall standing here in front of you. And yet, despite his size, there's an incredible grace to his movement. When he turns to face you and steps forward, there is almost no sound to his steps at all, despite the snow beneath his feet. His skin is a darker shade of blue than yours, which is accented by his silver hair pulled into a single, complicated braid down the back of his neck. Though his brows are sharp, they rest above a pair of light gray eyes that bear a soft kindness to them. Along his chiseled chin, you can see some of the same scrawling script which wraps up under his ears and then follows his hairline around the back of his neck. Though his garb is identical in material and make to Glansilef's, there are a number of differences to it. At the moment, his hood is drawn back, and his cape fastened to his back, leaving his arms uncovered, and so it is easy to see that in place of the numerous swords his associate wears, he bears only a single curved longsword on his hip. In place of other blades, 2 long, curving pieces of blue glittering wood curl over his right shoulder. You recognize the material straight away, silverwood from the forests of Lavalon. The beautiful artistry of the 2 halves of the longbow are not foreign to you. Many of your people use them, not only the Siran Rangers, but this one is masterfully crafted, truly a tool of tools. The thread that dangles between them is no mere bowstring either, you can tell, though you could guess not at its properties at a glance. Along the wood you can see the subtle shine of moon runes, visible to the eyes of you and your people. A quiver pokes up from above his right shoulder, made of blue leather and white ivory. Its placement suggests the man to be left-handed. A number of perfect arrows are bundled within it, their feathers and fletching not exactly pristine, but certainly well made, possibly by his own hand. They both give a graceful bow as you approach. Glansilef is the one that speaks. My thanks that you are coming, Lady Aylin. We had news to report, and we were told that it should be done to you.
Excellent. I appreciate any information you have brought.
There is a very interesting development here, though we are not certain yet what it means. Perhaps you can make sense of it. They gesture for you to come up the hill.
Yes, I will do so.
As you do,
Well, hopefully I can shed some light on the situation.
Fuinanon speaks. I hope that together we can make sense of this. Perhaps you have more information, or at least, perhaps, this is information that you did not have. As you crest the saddle and look down into the valley on the other side, you can see trees dotting this mountainside. This is not by any means the tallest mountain in the region, though you know that only as a suggestion, because this being a dream, some of the further distances are just blurred, and you know it's there, but you don't really see it. However, the central focus is very visible. Down past the forest and into this valley, you see a mountainous pile of rock, an entire peak of a mountain collapsed down into this valley. Amidst all of the sparkling snow, you can see where they have laid out the stream to show you the scenes that they have seen. A number of dotted structures, some of the outskirts ruins of Jagga, you presume. There are tents and firelights among them. The tents are white, the firelights are dim but visible, flickering off of the snow. You don't see shapes moving, but the suggestion is that there are people there. Lilalim speaks as he gestures down toward it. Since our arrival, a large number of cultists have been observed in the region. An accurate count has been impossible without great risk, but we would estimate there were no more than 100. These individuals operated mainly at night, taking residence in some of the few ruined structures that were seen to be left exposed to the air, the larger bulk of Jagga's ancient city being buried beneath the toppled mountain. He gestures towards the peak, and you can see, like, torchlights that are skirting the outside of what once was rubble, now weathered down into almost a hill, maybe a peak of its own. By the time we had arrived, our work had already begun on excavations into Rasalanta, the fallen mountain. For a time, there was nothing of note to report. Progress was slow, and there were apparently a few non-lethal collapses that hindered the cultists' progress. We may have encouraged one or two of these where it could be done without discovery. And he gives a little bit of a smirk.
Aylin... Wait, hold on. He's suggesting that he, caused some of the collapses?
Yeah, they may have, made it easier to collapse.
Okay. Aylin kind of, like, smiles and, like, giggles a bit. Good, good.
We thought it wise to hinder their efforts where possible.
Yes, which I think is a good thing. I'm surprised, actually, to see still so many cultists here. It almost feels like a waste of their time.
It surprised us as well. But, as you can see, there were many. We counted an estimate. Half of them were likely Shadow Fae and Elves. The other half, Octios. The important part, however, less than a week ago, there was a change. And her eyes turn to a section of the camp where you see a little bit of a burst of arcane energy, and a figure, very, very difficult to make out from this distance, even for your quality perception, appear amid the snow and begin walking into the encampment. Less than a week ago, there was a change. A man arrived whose face was obscured by a mask made of gold. And as she speaks, Lilalim gestures a hand and a image begins to form, a figure coming out of nothing in front of you. I am going to put this in visual references for you, but there is also a verbal description.
Oh my god. You're not reusing him, are you?
No, I'm just reusing the picture.
Okay. I recognize that.
A man arrived whose face was obscured by a mask made of gold. About his shoulders he bore a collar of the same in the shape of wreathing flames. His robes left no room to observe his race, and we could not get close enough to hear his accent without risk to our mission. At his presence, the fervency of the work seemed to double, and he took control of the encampment, directing the cultists firmly. His influence was great, and we observed him wielding strong magic, and judged it unwise to approach enough to disrupt operations further. You can see there's a ripple to the scene. It changes slightly, and now at the bottom of the mountainside you can see far more tunnels, or more sturdy ones at least. As the figure that was set in front of you for observation fades out of view, Lilalim picks up the trail. Earlier today, and quite unexpectedly, the excavations bore fruit. In one of several tunnels into the rock, an entrance was apparently uncovered to the catacombs of the city of Jagga. We can only make assumptions of its presence from the celebration that ensued thereafter, as the cultist workers laid down their tools and gathered to feast and drink. But this is where the most baffling change of all occurred. From the encampment down below, you see all of the lights shift into the center, and there is noise that at first sounds celebratory, and then suddenly changes to something harsher. From our distance, exact details are difficult to convey, but the celebration was interrupted by an altercation. As though by plan, the Octios members of the cultists drew steel at once and began to slaughter their companion Shadowfae and elves. The battle was short and entirely a massacre. The Shadowfae had little time to react and offered almost no resistance. During the bloodbath, we observed the masked figure entering the tunnel to the catacombs, accompanied by 2 Octios. We can only speculate, but we believe this bloodbath was by his plan. For what reason, we cannot know. We can only assume that this person was trusted by the cult, and likely in a position of power. You see 3 lights trail their way into one of the tunnels and vanish from view. What this betrayal means for their organization as a whole, or whether it was part of the Herald's larger scheme, we are uncertain. As she finishes speaking, they turn back towards you and all of the lights and movement fade from the encampment. This is all we have to report for now. We are resting far from our original encampment. We're uncertain if this change gives them more room to scout the territory, and we do not wish to be discovered.
Aylin nods. Your decision to keep your safety a priority is wise and honestly very important to me. Our scouting, I think, will prove invaluable, and I will hope that I can lead us in this investigation wisely. I think that man is an Octios by the name of Aylin. It's an assumption, but he is a leader of the Octios, at least the ones that work with the cult. He seeks the destruction of the High Elves, and the Octios are an ancient Jagga clan that have recently risen from ruins in Bestunal, joining the cult in order to get their revenge, but they know more than they are letting on, and, well, I'll go ahead and tell you, the cult and the Octios are trying to use each other.
It seems that the Octios got the upper hand in this one, then.
They did, which I'm surprised that Vishna did not see it.
This only
Which-
occurred today, so it is likely that with Vishna marching towards the Isles, she has no eyes to turn towards this. Nor hands.
However, maybe there will be a moment when I can use this information against her. But hold on. Let me think. I'm not quite sure what to do with this information. I hoped that they would not be able to find a way in, but now they have. And the Octios seek to probably do something to gain control of the Shadow Heart, which in turn controls the beast that the Cult of Noct summons.
Then this does not bode well for Otherian if they succeed.
We want to bring peace amongst the Octios and the High Elves, but I understand there is a long-lasting grudge. But the other issue is that upon unleashing the Shadow Heart upon the land, they are not only unleashing it, but they won't really have any control either. It was meant to be unleashed, not controlled. At least from all my research has gathered. There is so much information.
They look at each other and nod. What you do with this information is up to you, but we thought it wise to inform you. I'm certain that you will put it to good use in the future.
It was the right course of action, and I would ask, what would you recommend Fuinanon going forward with this?
He kind of startles a bit. He'd just been pondering. Me. I believe it would be in our best interest to continue to observe, but from a distance. Do not engage. Continue to relay information. When inevitably they retrieve whatever it is they're looking for inside or die trying, let us know exactly what details you can. Stay out of sight and out of the way. We don't wish to risk your lives for this. It's too valuable. When we know more, then we can act further.
Aylin kind of goes and sits down on a rock and ponders.
Everyone here is kind of pondering.
Yeah.
Pondering their orbs.
um. Well, there are. One thing that I'm thinking of is that there's an Esper that resides in the ruins. But also something that I have started to find is that each ruin of the ancient Jana hold, honestly, very valuable things. Magical items, and espers, which were, in best way I could describe, old demigods, at least so it seems. Very powerful entities of great power, over which they reside. I have the note somewhere about the Esper that's in Jagga, but could you just tell me?
Yeah, you guys have specifically took notes on that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, like the marks and the full name of the Esper.
I have not drawn the mark for Kuchlain the Impure, but he is the one that is located in Jagga. Oh, I did actually draw the mark for Kuchlain the Impure.
Ah.
He is the one that looks tentacly.
Okay. Aylin will show up the correlated color and symbol of Kuchlain within the dreamscape upon the snow. So there's a rush of wind, and as the wind flows through the snow, it whirls around and leaves the symbol in the ground.
Damn it, I need to move all of those into visual references, the completed versions. I don't have the full version of it. I don't know where it is.
Oh. I'm pretty sure I pinned it somewhere.
Yeah, it's just,
But
it's not in
we
visual
can-
references.
Yeah.
Which
we
is where it
can
should be, yeah.
worry about that later.
I was gonna throw it up on the stream for people to see.
Oh.
But that's okay. We'll do it later. It's gonna come up again.
So, Kuchlain the Impure is the Esper located in Jagga. Every Esper is within their ruins, and individuals of great power are able to harness these Espers. We've come across one such man, and I will create the image of you-know-who. Was it?
Rinkash.
Rinkash, yes.
You call up from your memory the man, masked with red metal and black robes with red shining thread stitched in. Interesting note. A lot of the way that his outfit is designed and how it sits reminds you of the image of the man that they just conjured. Though the size is different and the mask is different, and this other man has gold instead of red, but the layering of the fabric, the quality of the material, very similar.
Hold on. Notes. So Aylin conjures up the image and then pauses. Rinkash. Huh.
You immediately get from the expressions on the other two as they kind of straighten up looking at it that they've seen the same resemblance in it. Intriguing. A common thread, perhaps.
I'm now not so sure that this would be an Arctios anymore. Renkosh definitely spoke fluent Elven. What's the Elven language? The High
Common
Elf.
is Lethaean,
The
which is what
wasn't it? Yeah, he spoke very proper Lethaean, right?
Yes, because you all speak Lethaean.
Yeah,
If he had spoken Arisian, most of you wouldn't be able to understand him.
yeah. He spoke a very proper Lethaean, which Arctios barely speak Adrani. They speak an ancient sect of Adrani. But there is a possibility Renkosh is working with this other member who could be an Arctios, but the other possibility is that it's not. Another organization, another problem. Aylin sighs.
Lady Aylin, if I may,
Yes.
there are many problems in this world. You cannot solve them all. We shall take this information and we'll make sure that it gets into the hands of those who can.
Okay. Well, this golden mask and bronze masked man, they are both from the same organization, and I know Renkosh seeks out the Espers. He actually claims to be in a race to collect them. I feel like that might be what this individual is tied to, along with whatever magical artifacts those ruins hold. Ah, darn it. I don't want those artifacts to get into their hands, but there's not much we can do about it.
Uncommonly, Fuinanon pipes up. They've been pondering just nearby.
Mm-hmm.
A question.
Yes, Fuinanon.
Do you know how Jagga became buried?
I don't. Or if I do, I don't remember. Can I make an intelligence check?
No, because if that's not in your notes, then the only person who knows hasn't told you.
Ah. Let me check.
And I don't remember if they've told you or not, so.
Let's see. Ancient ruins of Celica, Patala, Ganazu, Jagga. Pull out my notes out of nowhere. What? Okay, let's
the book
see.
just comes out and you're like, oh, a very excellent use of runes.
Oh, thank you. I've noticed your work as well.
No.
Alright.
Not mine, it was a gift, but...
I like your moon runes. They're so cute.
Oh my god, girl, I like your moon runes. Oh my god.
Alright. Quibi Vasyaga created somewhere cold, fiddling with metal and crystal contraption needles pointed to a central bowl. Channeling rage, vengeance, and hurt as a concept of proof for something larger, which is they were the primary engineer. That doesn't have anything to do with it. Ruins of the Alps, the buried city. There are a couple of scattered ruins around it, the majority of itself. The peaks of both the mountains were in some form of collapse. That doesn't help either. Let's see, there is... What do you seek? What's there?
I love lore.
There are still other ones. Huh. The weapon of shadow and vengeance aren't the only things they created. Huh. It has a counterpart. Oh. That I already know of. They are using each other, the ritual will work. They are distraction. There are still others that the Shadow Heart can sway. many may break apart the ritual. It seeks to corrupt the light. Nope, that was Asaset. There is no reason that I know of why Jagga was buried or destroyed. I think it was... I want to say it was the High Elves, but
It was
I don't know.
just a thought. If we knew that, then we might know what they are after, but... Just a thought. And he leans back against the tree. Well, my lady, if there was anything else that you would have of us, then we are at your disposal.
Let's see. I think what Fuinanon suggested is definitely the best course of effort work right now. So, you say there's not any way for you to get close to utilize any magic runes, or sorry, any moon runes upon the ruins for knowledge, could you?
Without risking being seen? We don't know the interior of the tunnel. We are not certain where guards may be posted, and unfortunately, runes applied to the outside would only... well, it would be on a pile of rubble. We would have to get into the catacombs, and that would put us directly in harm's way.
I understand.
There is a chance... She looks up at Lililium, and he kind of looks down at her, and you can see they seem to... the way that they connect every time they look, they seem to know each other very well.
Yeah.
Possibly. You think? There may be a technique that we can employ to send something inside. If we could get information about a bit of the layout, we might be able to find corners to hide in, employ the shadows to our advantage. We are well trained in such things. We merely need knowledge to be certain.
Is there any way of any type of clairvoyance that could be utilized to get a better view of the interior of the ruins?
Not clairvoyance per se, but we have our ways. And they both
like
kind of...
the literal spell, clairvoyance, would actually be useful in this situation.
I know.
Because... okay.
They know. We have our ways. And they both kind of smile and put a finger to their lips.
If you have a form of clairvoyance where you can get at least an inside look, of course, I want your safety and the secrecy of your presence to be the utmost priority. They have no idea that, as far as I know, that we have eyes on Jagga, or...
Fuinanon nods, as far as we know.
Oh, hold on. I actually asked Alunair this question. Okay, time to search in my notes.
Lore Keeper, go!
Yep.
Isn't this fun?
I'm sorry, I just had to add that in real quick. I'll go back to silencing myself.
Does the cult of Knock know about the cult? Does Knock know about the Oh, I said, does Noct know about the cult sent to Jagga? Which I meant to say, the scouts. Yes, that is correct. They do not know that we have any troops here. So, the secrecy of your mission is important. They don't know you're here, so there should be no threat of them looking out for you. They are aware of our troops in Patal, but they do not know how many we have.
Then you should know, if our technique fails, they will not know who we are, but they may know that somebody is watching. We will have to escape the area. However, information from within can be extremely valuable. Would you wish to take the risk?
Honestly, I think it would spook them knowing that maybe someone from their own cult is watching them. So, if you're able to utilize a technique where they know they are being watched, but not by who, then that could be fine.
Then we shall make use of this. Do not worry, Lady Aylin. Our lives will be protected.
If I may ask, what skills do you seek to utilize?
They both smirk again and put a finger to their lips.
Oh, I see how it is. Keeping secrets from the commander.
I am sorry, my lady, but the secrets of the Siran are very highly guarded.
Aylin's laughing, like, being like,
yeah. She
what's the
smiles
word?
when she says it.
Yeah, okay. Well, alright, then, and that technique doesn't give away, what's the word? Would it be possible that anybody did it? Or would it be kind of your technique suggesting that it was a moon elf?
To our knowledge, none know who this technique belongs to, and very few have observed it that have subsequently lived.
Then I will trust your judgment if you think it's best to utilize this.
It is usually employed for assassinations, but it shall have its use here. We shall make ready for it. We will attempt tomorrow, when we are rested.
And how deep do you think this will go?
The fallen peaks are large. We cannot say for certain how deep the catacombs stretch, but we will not proceed so far as to not have a quick means of escape.
I will do my best to try and gain information about Jagga and its interior. There are many people of Jaina where we are located, so they might know a thing or two. Other than that, very good work. I thank you for giving this information to me. I would not have known that there are multiple people resemblance of Rankash that are working on this.
You are most welcome, Lady Aylin. Now, with our report delivered, we shall return to our rest and make ready for the next day.
Aylin nods, but just curious about utilizing veil walking. I want to, let's see. Is there a way that through this dream, so the dreams of where these two individuals are located and where I'm connected to, what I would like to try to do is gain a sense of where they are in the veil, in order to maybe sense the cultists nearby in order to start tapping into their dreams.
To do so,
I have to pee. I'm excited. Like,
okay, let me get this thought out.
okay.
To do so, you would, and you haven't had any practice with this yet, but you have been practicing veil walking, so you know. You would have to exit this dream and view it from the outside and attempt to connect those nearby. The veil, where dreams reside, there is a subjectiveness to the location of dreams, but physical location can sometimes put them close together.
Okay. Well, it's worth a try. You know, it's honestly the best shot that I got, and if I could tap into one of their dreams, that would be good.
You can certainly try.
So, alright.
Okay. Well, I will wrap this this scene so that you can run to the bathroom, but
Okay.
we'll understand that you're going on to attempt veil walking.
Yes.
So you say your farewells, and the two scouts turn. Glonselef stops and turns over her shoulder as you begin to depart to just say a final thing. Lady Aylin,
Yes.
your care for those under your command bespeaks to you being a fine commander. Thank you.
Aylin just lets out a smile that she can't hold in. Well, that means a lot to me. Of course, your safety is my #1 priority, and I will not abandon or sacrifice any lives.
May you walk ever in her light. And she vanishes. Oh, well, you can. Sorry.
Yeah. Aylin, to Lillian and Grainsalef as well. Aylin says, "May Alunair forever guide your steps and keep you safe."
And then they depart. Oh, and final thing for your notes. Sorry, before you get up. The names for your notes of these two.
Yeah.
I will post their full names and meanings in the waiting room. It's Glansilef Wialoreth, which means glittering crystal in the twilight hour. There we go. And Lilalim Danalas, which means swiftly I dance through the falling leaves.
Oh.
There you go. Okay, now you can go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Does anybody else need a break? Because if not, we can go to other scenes.
I'm still coherent. I can keep going.
You're still coherent?
I could use like a 5-minute break, like just real quick.
Okay. Well, if Kadre is still here, then I can do Kadre, more of Kadre's scene. Because we have to do that before we get to Apusand anyway.
I'll be right back.
Ben? Kadre, you still with us?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
I don't know what happened, but for some reason it wasn't working. Anyway, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, fabulous. Let me take a sec to figure out what music was I going to use. I think I was going to use... this. Yeah, this was the one. Change that to Kadre. We'll turn that off. That is looped. I will put this into Groovy. Kadre.
One moment. Pulling up the music.
Mm-hmm.
This is an interesting track.
It is calm. You're sitting for research, so.
Alright, got it.
Alright. So, you sit alone for some time, 10 or 15 minutes, but after a while you hear the curtains to the courtyard part again, and in steps Aluran, and in his wake is Keeper Digali, the stout little bird, who I need to pull up my description for. Yeah, the ring-billed gull. He's got a wide achkan on over his kind of round body. It is today red and orange. And he waddles in with a satchel of books. Oh, Kadre, good to see you. I was told that you needed some books for research. I had my people pull a few things for you, and he lays the satchel on the bench next to you.
Some light reading. Wonderful.
We don't keep too many tomes here, but I think that these will be of use to you, perhaps in the vein of study that you are looking for.
Oh, I was kidding. That was a joke.
Oh, I get it. It's because they're heavy.
Yes.
Oh, that is good. That's a good one. Oh, and he pulls out his pipe and begins to stuff it with weed. Well, do you need any help from me? I maybe could know a thing or two. I don't really know.
Well, I mean, can't hurt to ask. So I'm actually looking for information on a Skein Witch, I believe. What do you know about that?
He furrows his brow and he puts the tobacco pipe up, clasps it in his beak, and pulls out a flint and tinder to start to light it. And as he does, Aluran just flicks a finger in it. Oh, very kind, very kind. Skein witches, you say? I think I've heard a story. They say that they are cut out of fragments of fate. How or why, they don't really say. The stories vary. But some say that they can control destiny.
That's concerning.
Well, you know, people tend to exaggerate. I'm sure it's not that bad.
To be fair, some of the magic I use tends to manipulate that sort of thing. So it's not really outside the realm of possibility. Depending on how powerful they are, they could possibly do things that are more advanced than I'm capable of.
Oh.
They'd have to be significantly more powerful to do it on the scale that I think that people are telling those tales about, though. They'd be something along the levels of a 9th level emanation.
I don't really know what that means. I am sorry, I'm not a mage of any kind, but...
I'm sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
You know, if the stories serve me, I think I heard tell of there one being in the lake.
Yes, we saw it.
Oh, really?
Fortunately, at a distance, we got out of there as soon as I found out as soon as I recognized it.
I see. Well, it is good that you escaped then, Probably very dangerous things, Then again, you are very strong people. Oh, don't underestimate yourself, Mr. Cadredaro. You are a very strong person.
I don't know. My weightlifting would disagree.
Oh, well, perhaps not in the arms, but definitely up here.
You flatter me. Okay, let's get down to business. Thank you for bringing these.
Of course. Good luck. And he begins to waddle away. Alaron, in the meantime, as you begin to pull up the books, glides up in front of you. Kadre, as I stated, there is a ritual that I could employ that may allow us to glean some answers. However, I need a specific question.
All right. What is the difficulty for someone of my power level to defeat a Skein Witch?
I presume you mean with the company of your friends?
I was thinking that if I knew what it was compared to me, then I would be able to extrapolate that to what it would be versus all of us.
I see. Then I shall ask this question. It will take me an hour.
Okay, thank you.
He drifts across to the other side of the courtyard and takes a seat on the grass and begins laying out small stones that he draws from his pocket one by one, and muttering under his breath. In the meantime, you pull out a few books. At first, as you start to draw them out, you groan to yourself as you realize, oh, I can't read a Drawny, but the books that were brought to you appear to be from across other continents, and are, for the most part, in languages that you can read.
Excellent.
Most of them appear to be collections of stories. There is a tome, a catalog of magical creatures. The Creature Compendium Esoterica, it is called. You recognize that one because it was in the library at your college. People groaned whenever they looked at it.
I'm definitely looking at that one.
All right.
It's like, I know that the groans means that it's hyper detailed, which means when I find the entry...
Detailed, certainly. Dry, exceptionally.
Perfection.
All right. Can I have you make an investigation check for me?
I will be using my glasses.
Absolutely. Glasses on. Perfectly good opportunity to use them.
It's like, I'm reading a book. I can't think of a better time for reading glasses. Is this just regular investigation?
Yes.
Excellent. I believe that's a +6. Let me double check. Yes, it is. 23.
Oh.
23. Okay. One moment.
Just imagining Kadre just like, ooh, this will be perfect. He drops the book on the table, opens up to the page for the Skein Witch.
Exactly. Bada boom,
Oh,
pop,
well, look at that.
pow. Just like that.
Kadre,
Yes.
opening this tome, you know, it's not just the dryness and detailed level of the book that made your fellow bards at the college groan. It is the author's complete disregard for any normal form of organization. Thankfully, you are very good at finding your way through it anyway. You do find an entry on the Skein Witches. It is a single page. If
Still a lot.
if it could even be called a page. Half of it is taken up by a rough illustration. A figure sketched with this eminence of light around them. They're vaguely humanoid in shape, but the body is, or rather the figure is wrapped entirely in bandages that trail off and wisp around them. These bandages curl down to form the hands, the legs, the head, and where they are absent or parted, there is nothing but light on the inside, a subtle glow. The description, the physical description for Skein Witches is written thus. Rarely has anybody seen one of these creatures and emerged to tell the tale. Therefore, one should take this description with a grain of salt, as it was compiled from many fearful individuals, fresh from a harrowing experience. Skein Witches are androgynous humanoids, mummified in writhing diamond thread. Their skin is translucent, and suspended inside of their bodies, it has been reported that there are dozens of quivering hourglasses in place of organs. They range in shape and size, and it is unclear if they can alter the size and shape of their form, or if this is merely a variance in between them. Information that is known: they can fly.
The end.
They appear to have psychic abilities. They're territorial. And when one enters their chosen territory, they are instantly aware. Let's see. Here we go. Actually, here, I'll give you this one. Although, there is a paragraph in here. Although occasionally they wander the realm, Skein Witches are most often known to be territorial apparitions, manifesting within a particular region and roaming its borders in apparent aimlessness. The reason why a Skein Witch chooses her territory is unknown, but most often they are found in places that have faced terrible devastation or disaster. They are frequently known to manifest in ancient, abandoned battlefields, typically choosing ones that once saw massive loss of life. It is suggested, though not proven, that Skein Witches may feast upon the latent psychic energy of sorrow or grief and require it to sustain them. However, the danger of these creatures and the impossibility of close observation make gathering evidence for this theory impossible. This book does not have information on their capabilities in battle, as the survivors that told tales did not attempt to engage them in battle. They were witnessed from a distance, and these individuals fled in fear.
Kadre's sitting here thinking, man, I should write a freaking book about all the stuff we've had to face.
One report from a survivor states that he felt as though the witch was staring into his very soul and attempting to discern his past, present, and future, every ounce of his existence. That is where this page ends.
All right. Next book.
Okay. The next book that you pick up is a book of heroic tales from history.
I will read. I'll take a quick look over one of them, see how wreathed in metaphor or poetry it is. And then if it's like really wreathed in metaphor or poetry, I'm gonna skip the book entirely.
Okay.
Just because I know that it's going to be apocryphal and isn't going to give me useful data.
Sure. You pick up the first. It looks like a number of these are actually like historical tales of heroes or of mythic creatures, that sort of regard. The first one that you pick up, it does look like it's very poetic, like a bard telling a tale. You know when somebody's weaving a story because you do it yourself. You put that one away and you pick up another one, and this one appears to be more dipped in the logical. Speaking of
scholarly.
Yes, of actual figures in history. And although it waxes poetic at times, it gives hard dates in places and it gives real names and that sort of thing. So you would trust that it has real information.
Good. We will look at this one for Skein Witches then.
Mm-hmm. Make an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
During this time, Nathrissa, you would return if you wished.
19.
19, very good. And just to be sure, as you're starting to dive into this, Nathrissa, are you with us?
Yes, sorry, I was muted for a second there.
No worries.
Honestly, I don't know. Depending on, I don't know, can I make an insight check to see how vulnerable, the Ceridwyn is? Because I don't want to, leave her side if she's still unsure.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I want to gauge where, if it's a good time to leave.
Make an insight check for me, yes.
Bet. Oh, I get to make a roll.
Nathrissa's like, hey, sorry, bye.
This is
Okay, so
totally
this is-
insensitive, but bye.
But,
Okay,
I
sorry,
have to
girl, I'm
go.
gonna take my shoes and go.
Anyways, give me those heels.
God.
Yeah.
That's a 19.
Dang.
Ooh, nice. Okay. With that inside check, you can discern she seems more stable now. She's still got that underlying anxiety, but that's not something that you're going to cure in a couple of hours. That's not something that's going to be cured in a couple of weeks.
She's like, bitch, I got that trauma, and that's not gonna
Mhm.
be resolved for a long ass time.
Mm-hmm. But what she really needed was somebody to reassure her, and you've done that.
Okay. Then in that case, I think after we've settled and she's practiced maybe a few minutes in heels, I will leave her with the pair, and trying my best to make a inconspicuous exit. Like not trying to stealth out, but more I'm gonna go check on Apusand, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. For sure, yes. And she immediately knows, she's kept you a while from your friends, and she will give you a gentle pat on the shoulder.
And
Thank you.
I'll invite her that if she ever needs to find, I'm more than welcome to talk to her at any hour.
Okay. Yeah. She returns to that cushion in the corner by the windows, just to rest for a bit. You exit, and you return to Kadre, who you see deep into a tome, a pile of them next to him. You see Alaran on the other side of the courtyard in the center of a number of stones, which are glowing slightly. His eyes have a soft glow to them as well, and his gaze is elsewhere beyond this plane.
I
Kadre
definitely
has
don't want
his-
to.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I definitely don't want to interrupt any of what's happening, so I just kind of quietly come over to the table and sit down, and I'm like that awkward kid that's like, "You got any games on your phone?" But I'm just quietly just spectating.
Okay. So, Kadre, Nathrissa settles down beside you, and you keep your nose fairly buried into the tome.
I was actually going to say I give her a quick smile.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'll return it. Just be like, "Oh, didn't want to interrupt or anything."
You're fine.
Okay. And I just patiently wait.
So, Kadre,
Yes.
with a 19, in this book, it takes you a while. You are still deep into this tome when Alaron's eyes return to normal, and he slowly begins to gather the stones. Not moving to disturb you because he sees that you are in focus. But he seems to have his answer. Eventually, you do find mention of a Skein Witch in here. You have to glaze through many stories, and you're like rubbing your temples, like, oh god, I wish that they had an index at the back of all the important things. But eventually, you land in the middle of a chapter. You see the word Skein Witch, and you double back and begin to read from the beginning of the paragraph. In all of history, very few battles have been waged against Skein Witches, and of the 4 verifiable accounts that this author can recall, 3 resulted in total loss. These tales tell of a whole regiment of militia marching into the grey fog the Skein Witch carries with her, and only silence emerging. Search parties scouring the site when the fog had receded stated that the footprints of the men that entered merely ended meters from where the witch's corporeal form was meant to be. The final account, however, is far more interesting and of more use to the academic mind. Tales tell of a man, a wizard of great power, possessed of a touchstone whose name is lost to legend. All accounts of this man call him only the Red Wizard, for it is said his final wish was to be forgotten to time and his name wiped from every record. In the early 4th century, upon Albion, a great plague swept through the lower nations of the continent, devastating populations as it went. Though holy men and women worked tirelessly to save those who they could only serve so many, and soon the region was consumed by it. 1/3 of the population in most communities died, but the worst of the death came in the summer reed marshes, leaving entire ghost towns in its wake, and piles of bodies that covered the bogs. It was half a decade before its end, and another whole decade before the terror of the haunting. A town by the name of Watermark had become just such a ghost town, its population all dead by the plague. But in the decade hence, new life had come to eke out an existence, and though the hamlet had little by way of people, it was rebuilding, growing perhaps, with a few dozen people calling the old shacks and reed fields homes. But on a summer day, in the year 436 Sandria Atum, the hamlet fell under an ill-grey fog, and was suddenly silenced. It was not until a merchant in a neighboring village, bereft of his shipment of reeds, sent a search party that anyone noticed something was wrong. His scouts returned shaking, soiled, and sleepless. One spoke of a fog that the sun did not pierce, and a figure within, bodiless, yet wrapped in ravaged bandage cloth, and heralded by a pale blue light. In other circumstances, Watermark would have been abandoned for good, condemned and avoided, but Watermark set upon what was once the only trade route through the marshes. The next shortest route would add more than 100 miles in circumvention, and so help was sought. But there were none brave enough to face the danger, until the Red Wizard came. They say the man caroused for 3 whole days in the village, drinking, gambling, and whoring, but on the 4th day the man gathered his things and set off toward Watermark alone. 3 days passed, and many thought the man dead. 6 days, and the village began to seek new help. On the 7th day, the Red Wizard returned. On that night, there was no carousing. The man stopped only to order a bottle of whiskey from the inn and drink the entire thing whole before returning to his room. When later asked, the barmaid said that all the light she'd seen in the man's eyes a week before was gone. That night, she saw only an unspeakable sorrow. The Red Wizard departed the town the next day, but before he did, the wise woman of the village demanded of him answers about his battle, and for her, he obliged where he told no other. These were his words. There was no battle, only pain and promises, and in the end, a miserable mercy. I will not tell you what I saw in that place, what visions she gave to me, but I will tell you this. When all of your fate is laid before you, when all of your life's sorrows are removed and you are offered a perfect destiny, it is impossible to give up those joys and return as you were. That poor creature should never have been born, and now at last it is free from its pain. But I never will be, and I shall never adventure again.
Wow!
The Red Wizard retired, but the Skein Witch was never seen again. Later in his life, when those concerned with his various exploits asked him to recount the tale of the witch, he often refused, but over his final 8 years, before his peaceful demise, some few historians managed to glean a fact or two, which shall be summarized here. The creature was possessed of an unnatural precognizance, as though it could peer not just into his thoughts, but read them before they occurred, perhaps even seed them. Twice, in these rare accounts, the Red Wizard referred to the witch as being cut from the very web of fate itself, as though she could pull on the threads of my destiny like a puppeteer. In one instance, the man described an attack from the witch as though the reality of the space before her were being shredded, and I within it, the very fragments of my soul that had been built from my life, scattered across a dozen other times. Over several questionings, it was gleaned that though the wizard called fire and lightning down upon his foe, it was to no avail, and though many blows rang true, it was ice that eventually brought her to an end. Every attempt to get the Red Wizard to speak upon the supposed visions he had been shown was met with wrath, and the offending party was cast out without any further courtesy or regard. And then it begins to move into another story.
Wow. Could you copy that story?
Yeah, it's very long, so,
Yeah, that's fine. Copy it in bits if
here,
you'd like.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna copy-paste this into its own Google Doc for you, so that it doesn't
Okay.
destroy my formatting. No.
Could I have the link to this document?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it for everybody.
But I haven't told anybody yet.
I presume you're going to share it with your party? I can share it just with you.
Yes.
You can keep your secrets if you want.
What would be the point?
I gotta be the lore keeper, so it can be like, what did the
The thing said.
The Wed
What
Wizard?
did the Red Wizard say? What did the Red Wizard say about that Skein Witch? About ice or something?
I'm sorry.
What does the wizard say?
No, you
Pain
don't.
and sorrow to no avail.
My life I hate, my life I hate, my life I hate, my life I hate.
Alright.
Pain and suffering on which likes of you have never seen.
Okay, change to new with the link, copy link, here we go.
Alright, so here's how we fight her. We don't.
It's in the private chat, there you go.
Wow.
Chonk.
Chonk.
Oh, Apusand, did you see the thing I made?
Oh, let me take a look. I am not sure if I did.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
there you go. Useful
Alright.
bits in there for you.
Some, yes. Well, one particular, ice.
Where would it be?
Private chat.
Scroll for it then.
Mm,
It's the most recent post in private chat.
no,
Skein Witch?
what Kadre was talking about.
Oh, that's definitely not the most recent one. Look at that. Yeah.
Ah.
Mm,
Take a look.
okay. As you finish
Mm-hmm.
reading through this, Aileron sees you kind of like finish your thought, and finish with the book, and he steps over.
Ah.
The ritual was a
you-
success.
Excellent. Did you get the... Well, what information did you get?
It would seem that the GM needs to think about how to word this. Hold on. I need to... One character at level 11.
It's like how
Super
does
cool.
this creature
Holy cow.
compared? How does this creature compare to me? You die.
Thank you. I meant, like, well, how badly? How
Very-
badly do I die?
Much bad. So much bad.
Much bad,
Lots.
very pain.
From the
Lots of-
information that my ritual was able to glean, alone you would be unable to defeat such a creature. However, it is likely that you would be able to put up a fight. There was some uncertainty to it, as though there were a chance, some ability, or maybe bargain wherein you would not put up a fight.
Oh, that matches up with a story that I read.
That is the information that I could glean. I am sorry that it cannot be more direct, but such rituals do not work in such ways.
Well, it is incredibly useful because it did confirm some of the information that I've been getting from the books, which having one piece of data confirmed in two different places through two different methods usually means it's true.
And I am very glad to see it corroborate the evidence, and it is good to see that you have found some answers in your tomes.
I'm going to see if I can find some more. Thank you very much for your help.
Of course. And he glides over to where Nathrissa is sitting next to you, and leans down. And you were absent before, but if there is anything that I could do for you, then I may offer my services as well.
It's taking everything in me not to make an innuendo. Yeah, she's just sitting, and she kind of like peers up like a kid that got bored and has like the glazed over look, because these are all very like esoteric academic shits. I'm like, oh, I need things with more pictures. And she'll just go, yes, I'll probably be all right. Yes, I think I'm fine for now. Thank you.
Very well.
Oh, actually, sorry, I apologize. I just thought of this. Do you know of any way that I could be a little more inconspicuous looking? The disguise Kadre made is delightful, but something a little less me would be wonderful.
I myself do not specialize in illusions, but there are magisters in our number who can cast them.
Oh, no, it's bad enough that I'm already bothering you for a request, so there's no need.
Please, we are at your disposal.
I hate that phrase. But I appreciate it nonetheless.
Then perhaps
so
I
much.
should say we are under order
There's
to
really-
assist you.
It doesn't have a good ring to it, does it? I
No.
promise I'm fine. No. She'll
Thinks
crack a
about
smile.
it.
No. And she'll just crack a smile. Thank you, I appreciate the thought, but
Of
we'll be
course.
alright.
I shall take my leave to the amphitheater. If you need me, I will be within. And he walks out of the courtyard, past the curtains, and into the little amphitheater that's just out there. It's still inside the Mahal. Okay.
As Nathrissa says, we'll be alright, Kadre screams, I won't be! And implodes.
Okay, that's
I'm
canon now.
sorry?
Kadre, time to roll a new character. No, I'm kidding.
So that's how we were going to introduce
Yeah. Ian
Edrock.
Creed. No.
Gerard,
Adre
Oh.
Caro.
Orad.
Yeah.
Edrock, Orad.
Yes, we're going to introduce this character that is totally not Kadre Daro, but looks very
He's a
similar with different colors.
Barbarian.
Your long lost brothers.
New
Blood
multi-class.
rage, Aro.
As
Blood
Kadre's like, oh why, hello. He's like, brother.
Brother.
The way you
Okay.
said that.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyways.
No, one quick thing is that,
Mhm.
actually on the way before I went to go and sit down
Mhm.
and everything was happening, could I have, like, peeked in at the tent?
So, and it's not a tent. The courtyard here is so it's part of the Mahal, which is made of plaster. It has actual rooms, and Apusand was deposited into one of these rooms that opens out onto the courtyard. Yeah, so they're a part of the structure of the Mahal.
Okay, then I peek past the little,
Mhm.
what do you call it, curtain?
Mm-hmm. You see him still resting in the bed, and on a stool next to it is the hawk that you saw before, the old hawk, who is just humming and knitting, checking on him every once in a while.
I love her.
Yeah.
Is it Tuesday?
I don't know enough about the medical profession to make any judgments here, so I'm just gonna walk away.
What?
But they don't have, like, machines that they can hook you up to monitor
no,
you. The only way is to stay by his bedside and check every couple minutes.
So,
She makes the beep noise.
Yes.
The hawk. The hawk.
Jesus
Like,
Christ. What the fuck?
She just squawks every couple seconds.
Kadre just walks in and makes the exact same sound that the beeping machine would make.
Yeah. Okay.
Ding
But
dong.
Apusand does still appear to be stable. There is no need for concern, but he's also not woken. Kadre,
Yeah, it would have just been a peek and then just like, okay.
Yes?
Are you continuing with your research?
I'm sorry, my nose was in a book. What happened?
Are you continuing? The GM is asking you if you are continuing with your research.
What is everyone else doing at the moment?
Unconscious.
Yep, Aylin is
Sleeping.
asleep. Nathrissa
And-
is sitting next to you, bored.
I'm being productive. I'm not wasting my time. I'm doing things.
Yes, you are.
Okay. I would like to try one more book.
Yeah,
Are
go
you
ahead.
fucked up right now?
What?
Sorry, my boyfriend just walked in dancing.
Oh.
Oh, all right. Well then.
So go ahead and make another investigation check for me.
15.
Okay, with a 15, you take a skim through a couple more books. Your eyes are kind of getting bleary. These are very, very tri-tomes. Most of them don't have a mention of a Skein Witch, but there is a compendium of myths and mythical creatures that you decide to eventually give a try. And as you're paging through there, you do see a short entry for Skein Witches. As you begin the entry, most of the information is already covered. Half of the other information is rumors. Or hearsay. But one bit of information does stand out to you. It says this: for reasons unknown, Skein Witches are drawn to the presence of intelligent life. Any civilized being, man or woman alike, who may enter the territory of a Skein Witch may find themselves pursued by this ghostly entity. However, this is not a universal truth. Many an unwitting traveler has passed through the known territory of a Skein Witch and emerged unaccosted and unaware, much to the shock of those that know the region. What makes a Skein Witch select a target or targets is entirely speculative and ranges widely based upon region or ASCII. No discernible pattern has emerged. One certainty arises, though, that once chosen, a target's only real hope of living is to escape the bounds of her territory before she descends upon you. All those that do not, no matter how headstrong the adventurer or how sharp their steel, are never seen again. Of course, based on the evidence that you've found of survivors, you would assume that the last line is not entirely true.
Yeah. Alright. Interesting. Okay. At that point, I would stop looking at the books, rubbing the bridge of my nose.
Okay.
And then turning to Nathrissa.
I'm twirling my wand in my hand, like absentmindedly, kind of like thoughts in the distance, kind of look.
Did the meeting go well?
The what? Oh, yeah. She sets it down. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm assuming research is going well as well?
Well, I did get some interesting pieces of information.
Well, what
The
exactly are you looking into? Because I didn't. Yeah, okay, just to confirm. Oh, right. We did need to deal with that eventually, huh?
I think I've mostly dealt with it, but more research can't hurt. Definitely.
Oh, I meant more so we're going to have to face one.
Oh,
right?
yeah. No, that's why I was looking all this up.
Right, I kind of forgot about that in the middle of,
Yeah.
a friend falling unconscious after touching a mysterious artifact.
I just needed something to...
No, not even in a judgmental way, it's hard to keep track of all of the,
things that
problems we have. Yeah.
It's funny, a lot of the problems that we seem to run into, in some cases they're things that are foisted upon us, and in other cases it's things we foist upon ourselves. You know what I mean?
Mildly, we are dipping our toes into something that is deeper than anything I think all of us expected.
Yeah. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you, what did you find, when you were looking around the temple with Aylin?
Oh, but this was, are you talking about when I went with Apusand?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes, they were showing us evidence from the. And I kind of like look around, make sure, try to be a little hush hush about it.
Mhm.
The recent attack. They showed me their bodies, and Apusand and I, looked through them to see if there was any evidence, something we could, get to the bottom of as to who these people were.
Oh
It
God.
seems that they were blade singers. High Elven.
Blade? What makes you say that?
They carried magical weapons and were clearly spellcasters as well.
Oh yeah.
That are common amongst blade singers.
Sorry, quick out of character question.
Mhm.
Which one of y'all picked up the scrolls and weapons and stuff they had?
We didn't pick it up. We left them with the people.
The scrolls, Apusand picked up.
Oh, Apusand picked up the scrolls? Okay, never mind.
Mhm.
I didn't touch nothing. I left
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
Because it was part of the investigation. Didn't want to fuck with it.
Apusand picked up the scrolls for sure, because he's a wizard. He could identify the writing on them.
I could have sworn you picked up the
The
sword.
Matafea.
Yeah.
Did I? Well, I didn't write it down in my inventory.
Then you did not pick it up, but you did identify it as a
Aylin.
Matafea.
Yes, I would have
Aylin
mentioned
wrote it
that.
in the inventory. But okay.
Yeah, I would have written it down because I have Ren's decapitated head in my inventory and not
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's
The
fair.
Matafea that you have in the party inventory is from Valoran.
Oh, okay. That explains that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know we
Nice.
had Valorant's Matafea.
Wait, yeah, we didn't pick that up.
Then if you
'cause
have a
it would've been
Matafea
disrespectful.
then if you have a Matafea in the inventory, I'm not sure where you got it.
I think you assumed I picked it up, but I did not.
Okay.
Because I
Okay.
didn't want to fuck with the investigation.
Would she have mentioned the Matafea to Kadre?
Oh, well, if you asked what a blade singer was, then I would have explained.
Does Kadre know what a blade singer is?
Why don't you make an Arcana check for me?
Oh.
I'll let you do Arcana or History on this.
I'll do history.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same either way, but
Have
I
Oh
feel
my
like
God.
Isn't it?
you
What?
seen a rat carry a little baby rat?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I just... Give me a second.
Put it in the memes.
okay.
Oh, and memes?
Rolling
Okay.
Now. 13.
13. You don't know much about them. You have heard tell of blade singers, specifically because of what you came to Ethereum to do. The blade singers are a high open sect of mages. They appeared way back in history, rumored myths, but re-emerged recently as a real thing. It's wizards that use magic to enhance their fighting ability and actually fight in a melee. Specifically, you know of some of their abilities because you faced Valoran, and you know that from your experience, he is a blade singer.
And I would have recognized the weapon he had as a Matafea.
You would recognize it now after the name, but Matafea are unique to Otherian. I think it was... You've encountered... You begin to put the pieces together. When you had your blade made, it was mentioned that the concept was similar to something that is commonly done in High Elven society. But the name wasn't necessarily dropped. Now that the name is dropped and you've
Actually,
seen...
I remember it
Oh,
was.
was it? Okay, well then yeah,
Yes,
you weaved it all together.
I remember when I told her the concept, she was like, Matafea, and then...
There you go, yeah. So you weave it all together. Ah yes, the Matafea. Valoran was using a Matafea.
Other quick question, just to make sure, there was a thick parchment that was tied up with a red ribbon. Was that the spell scrolls, or was that something else?
That was the spell scroll.
Okay, then let me mark that off as something to.
Yeah, as I'm explaining what I assume them to be, I would have also kind of like almost like a moment of remembrance and be like, I actually do need to go back and re-examine that Montefea that Bladesinger wielded, just to see if there's a family crest or some sort of indication on it that might indicate what family it comes from, or even where exactly in the hierarchy their noble family may stand.
And
Nathrissa,
Yes.
I just had a terrifying thought cross my mind.
Other than the Skein Witch, I'm assuming.
Yes.
I'm scared to ask, but what exactly are you thinking?
What's the easiest way to start a war?
Violence.
Well, what if you don't necessarily want to start a war between yourself and someone else? You want to start it between two other people.
You throw blame on someone else.
Exactly.
But okay, if that's the case, and these assassins were sent as a diversion, a red herring, if you will,
Precisely.
we would need to figure out how they got their hands on a noble family's Montefea. These are weapons protected to the last drop of blood from that family line.
Nathrissa, may I have you make a history check or Arcana?
Okie dokie. Arcana or history?
Mm-hmm.
Do Arcana. Pray to RNGesus for me. A 22.
Ooh.
A 22. A thought strikes you. The Montefea originated with noble families, but there is one other place in Ethereum where it is used. You only know this because your father told you. The Eket Nar.
Fucker! That bitch! Oh my god.
Does she say that bitch out loud?
I do. I really
Okay.
do. Yeah, like
Kadre's
like she's just
what?
she's like, I would have to figure out how they would. And then there's a pause of silence, and it settles in.
Kadre's
she
face
sort of
gets very
blanches.
concerned during this quiet moment.
That bitch.
Who?
There was a fellow that you and I are both very familiar with that we met at the gala. Do you remember Oracle Romulan?
The racist asshole, yes.
Yes, that one. He is the only other person who would have access to a Montefea other than from noble family lines. If there is no indication of a noble family's crest on this weapon, I'd bet my life on it that he is behind this attack.
Oh.
Is he associated with the cult? Do we know that?
I do. All I know is that he was speaking with a ambassador or representative from. Fuck! This is so far back. Hold on, give me a minute.
Keen Ra.
From Keen Ra. God God damn it! Give me a minute. I've gotta go through my fucking shit. Okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
So much intrigue.
I know. I'm like,
Just-
fuck, I gotta...
This is like when the cat is like got a flower put on their head, and then space just flows
Yeah.
through their mind.
Yeah, pretty much that's me right now. I'm just like, God.
The prophecy is true.
Because the Ekatnar is his special military sect, right?
Yes, he after
That
his.
fucker!
So, to clarify the information that I know you know, in Raumala Nairsore proved himself a hero in the Koronasa Nath, and subsequently was granted a special command in which he formed the Ekatnar, shock troops of a sort for the Aetherian Empire, in order to prevent this sort of thing again. They're directly under his command.
Yes. Okay.
Technically under the sovereigns as well. They have a bit of oversight from Parliament, but it is they're in terms of Aetherian history, they are a fairly new organization, and there has been hot debate over how much control Parliament should be given. That's as much as you would know, without rolls or knowledge checks.
I was gonna say I do have Aetherian history broad knowledge.
Ooh.
Would you like to invoke a knowledge point?
I would.
Okay. Then with that, there have been very occasional moments where the Ekatnar have actually seen action. Most of them have been clandestine operations in order to protect the Aetherian Empire, which were subsequently justified. But, of course, that became a topic of debate in Parliament. Parliament asked for more control, and the back and forth occurred. The sovereign threw their weight around.
So they're basically cops who go without search warrants.
Yes. In theory, although there has never been a war for them to be used in like this, they are also extremely powerful frontliners. That would use clandestine operations to disrupt enemy troops and take out commanding forces without having to cut your way through all of the armies.
Wait, what? Cut out? What?
They have
no.
use as their shock troops. Like, okay, so if you want if you just want to disrupt an enemy army, you take out the commander. But the simplest way to do that is to smash your army against theirs until you get to the commander. The point of the Ekatnar would be to find a way in to cut off the head without having to kill the rest of the snake first.
Who were they trying to kill? The Ekatnar coming here to kill like some leader? Were they trying to?
Okay. I found my fucking note. It says, okay. We discovered, Aylin and I discovered that the Keenra ambassador and Romulan, were discussing a partnership between their nations to overthrow and take the Isles of Rem.
Yeah. Now I will say the Isles of Rem are on the opposite direction of where Sing Salah is.
Sing Salah is a part of the Butayib archipelago, which is in the northwest. I'm gonna throw up the map while we're having this discussion for everybody.
Yeah. Still important, but I
know, but like I'm just trying to say, like I'm trying to list out the motives he has so far that we know about.
Yes.
Because that might indicate why he's getting his hand in this.
I'm not sure he actually is getting his hand in this.
I can ask. Oh, I'm not there. Fuck.
No, you're not. You're asleep.
You know what? Oh my fucking god. I need somewhere to meditate.
All right. I would like to use one of my broad knowledge.
Okay.
espionage.
Okay. What
3 point, or I can only use 1 point on a broad. Is that right? Or is it 3 on broad and only 1 on specific?
1 on broad, 3 on specific.
Okay.
And in relation to what directly?
If it makes more sense for Romulan to have a Romulan. Is it Romulan or Romulan?
Ralmulan.
Ralmulan. Okay, Ralmulan. If it makes more sense for Ralmulan to actually be doing this, or if it would make more sense for someone to be trying to frame him for doing this.
Okay. Spend the point.
Done.
Both scenarios are equally feasible. There are parties that could gain from both. You would wager that if Raumelin's main goal was the Isles of Rem, that this wouldn't be his target. But you don't know for certain. He may be just gunning for war in general and see an easy opportunity. He may have personal interests in this area. There are secret artifacts buried here, and he is a powerful wizard.
Oh, would there also be the knowledge of how his position is mainly from favors, and maybe he's trying to get more legitimacy?
Let's come back to that. The parties could stand to gain from framing him, though. In particular, you could think of a scenario where, if it wasn't already confirmed that the cultists were going to arrive at Jagga, that the cultists may have attempted to incite a war in order to weaken the Jaina before they swept in or force them out. It's possible that a splinter group of the elves that are part of the cultists have done this in order to attempt to force a war. Additionally, if somehow this one is very esoteric and probably the least likely. The Octias hate the Etherean Empire and wish to turn war against them. Not all of their people would side with them on this, you know that. But if they were forced into war, then that's an easy possibility. But that brings up the difficulty of the fact that these were high elves, and getting Eketnar, or people who are trained like them, to go in for this plan would be really difficult from an Octias.
Yeah, I guess, I don't... How smart did Ralmulan seem to me?
Exceptionally. Then
I don't...
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just about to say that I don't think he did this, because if he is exceptionally smart, there is no way, especially if he was trying to start war without necessarily getting himself in trouble, especially from members of Parliament who are already breathing down his neck about this particular group of his. There is no way in hell he would have let them use those blades because of how distinctive they are.
Yeah, he would have not let such identifiable features be left with them.
Yeah, they would have disguised them as a completely different weapon. It would not be that distinct. That screams plant.
Yeah, but There's no certainty in it. But I may be able to get some direction if I find somewhere quiet. And I can call upon Ardent Daddy to come and give me some advice.
All right then.
Hopefully. Knock on wood. And knock on the
Okay.
table.
On the bench.
Yeah.
As you are finishing this discussion, you do hear somebody approaching, and through the curtains that lead into the courtyard, a figure steps in and helps somebody else up. You see this other member of the Prequella tribe helping Janupri up the step into the courtyard. Janupri is just as you saw them before, the mask scarred onto their face. Robes, very simple, medical, almost made for comfort, not for style. It's unsettling looking at them, because above the beak, their face is just a mask fused to their head. It curls up with this, like, brass metal twisting near the top, and their eyes are completely covered. They use their staff to feel their way along, and the help of their assistant, who, as they pass near you and glance at the bench, they lean down and they mutter something in Adrani, and Janupri stops and speaks before them, but directed at you. I am told that Nathrissa and Kadre are here?
Yes.
Yes.
Then I ask your pardon. Your friend is about to wake, but I must speak to them first, if this is okay. I understand you've been waiting. You may come and see them before I begin my discussion.
I look a little confused.
Is this
Yeah, I mean,
is
I'll
this
slowly
going
get
to
up.
be a private discussion?
Yes. This matter relates very deeply to our people, our history. It is very important. After we have had our talk, he may choose how much to share with you.
Okay, as long as you don't make any requirements of him. There aren't that many people that we can trust when we're out there on our own, so it's best if we keep a minimum of secrets to each other.
I understand. Thank you. They
Of course.
nudge their companion that is helping them, who steps up and brushes aside the curtain, leaves them standing there for a moment, walks in and talks with the nurse inside, who you can hear squawking back a bit, and eventually both of them step out. The hawk takes her knitting, throws it over her shoulder, and waddles away with her satchel, and the assistant helps Janupri into the room. Apusand.
Yes.
At
Yes.
about this time, lucidity begins to return to you. You don't know how long it has been, but you can feel your mind more whole than before. And there's a lucidity that comes to your mind. You know that at any moment you could break yourself from this dream and wake. Do you, or do you choose to rest?
I feel it is important to wake at this point.
Okay.
I do not know how long I've been out, so I possibly have people worrying about me, and it might be wise to take care of those worries. in the only way I can.
Okay. Then, as the flood of memories around you recedes, and you leave dreams behind, you blink yourself awake, and your body is in pain, an ache. You groan and blink a few more times, squinting your eyes and squeezing. Everything looks wrong to you for a moment until you realize you are blind in your left eye.
I place my hand over my eye and remove it and don't see any difference. It's as if I can't open my eye. I try to like manually open the eyelid and nothing changes.
Is his eye glazed over, or is it white, or is it closed?
You're not there.
Well, I
can't
was
see.
asking for clarification.
He doesn't have a mirror, so you
I've got
begin
no
to
idea.
move in the bed, and there is a soft from beside you. You can hear somebody sitting there. You turn to the right side, and there on the stool is Janupri. The mask still bound to their face.
Kind of look over and again blink a few times and turn my head back and forth. I see through this one and then not through the other, and see again through that one but not through the other.
Mm-hmm. And actually, you can go back to the music that I had at the beginning, Celestial Memories.
All right,
I feel that's more appropriate.
got that one playing now.
Welcome back to the waking world.
Thank you. I seem to be under a bit of stress. Did I fall on my face? What happened? I'm not entirely sure.
I am not entirely either.
Is it bruised? Is it
I am
missing?
told that physically you seem fine. I'm sorry, but I cannot look for myself.
Well,
And they
thank
kind
you.
of like lift their feathers to indicate the mask. Before I begin asking you anything, I believe that your friends will want to see that you are safe. Is
And
that
could
okay?
you bring them in? Yes, please do bring them in.
I would have hoped that, like, after my dream and stuff, that
Mhm.
I would have been there too.
We can retroactively do your mist walking, or sorry, not mist walking, dream walking. So
Okay.
you can have awakened. Janupri clicks their beak, and the assistant peeks their head into the room, and then peeks back out. Kadre and Nathrissa. This female avian steps up to you, and your friend is awake.
Oh,
I shall go fetch your other companion.
Yes, please. Right. And I kind of just step around and immediately head in.
She scuttles off. You two step into the room. Aylin, you are fetched fairly quickly. But first, Kadre, Nathrissa, you step into the room, and Apusand is sitting upright, looking expression-wise as though he'd been hit by a ton of bricks. Janupri is on the stool beside him. Now that his eyes are open, you would be the first to see this. His left eye is entirely black.
Oh my god, Apusand,
Yes, Nathrissa,
do you feel alright?
No, I have a brutal headache. My eye stings and hurts, and a new kind of pain I haven't experienced. I feel like I may have been out for a week, and I dreamt, or it may not have been a dream at all, that my psyche, my existence, what makes me me, may have been scattered to ethereal winds. I am not okay, but I am okay now? I don't.
Alright.
I'm not sure.
Aylin, you could arrive now if you wish.
Forgive me if this is insensitive, but is it gone? Kadre
Is what?
gestures towards his eye.
If you can hand me a book in a language I do not intrinsically know, we can confirm that it is or isn't. I don't believe it is gone.
Well, can you see out of it?
Kind of wave the hand in front of the eye and
Mm-hmm.
shake my head.
Aylin parts the curtain and slowly walks in.
Turn my head all the way to the side so I can actually look and see.
Oh, Apusand. She kind of does like an air hug gesture. I don't want to hurt you, so air hug.
That would be wise. Thank you, Aylin.
Alright.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Like, your eye.
That is a good question. There cannot be progress without sacrifice, and it appears I have made mine.
Is the mark around his eye still there?
Yes, but can I have you make a perception check?
Oh, you know I'm good at these.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not anymore.
Yes, actually, Apusand, with the blindness in your left eye, your perception is at a -2 from what it normally was. I still have yet to tell you what the
Other thing is,
yes.
does.
what the whispers are, but we'll get to
Yes.
that.
Ooh, perception becomes a flat 0.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're at the same level as me now, and I got
Yeah.
a 6.
Well, Nathrissa, the mark is still there.
Alright. Bet.
Yeah, Aylin kind of looks at it too, just like worried and also curious. Like, do I see anything in his eye, like a magic 8-ball or something?
Shake my head
as,
to get an answer.
as he shakes his head, this little thing bubbles to the front of his eye that says, "Try again another time."
Oh.
No. There's nothing in his eye. It is solid black. The mark, Aylin, with your passive perception, has spread slightly. It is
grown.
larger.
What do you mean? It has grown.
This mark across your eye.
Kind of look down for a second. Look back up. I think whatever has caused this in the first place, whether it be potentially that Esper or a fragment of one, it may have become more active.
Did Minesh speak to you, or the whispers that you said you heard in your mind from the eye?
I'm not sure.
Also, didn't sorry, quick out of character question. Didn't oh god, I forget their titles. The woman who had to be escorted into here. Didn't she ask us not to
Um,
ask questions?
They are Hydra, not female. I kept messing that up before.
Oh shit, my bad.
No, that's okay. John Nupri, the High Keeper. They told you that you would be able to greet your friend when they awoke, and they're right here. They're giving you time to do so. But then there is a discussion that has to be had privately between them.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
they're just
and
patiently
Aylin came in
waiting.
late, so
Mhm.
she didn't hear what happened prior.
Right, right.
Well,
And damn it, I said she again. They.
so, did you see anything?
I'm not sure it was as much seeing as it was an experience. And one I'd rather not repeat, if I'm to be brutally honest.
Well,
Right. Well, Aylin, Apusand's just woken up.
I,
We should really
yeah,
be asking him what he needs right now.
yeah, I was just about to
know-
say I'll let you rest, but I'm glad you're okay. Ish, you're awake.
Honestly, helping me process what I may have just gone through, or did just go through. I did hear a voice.
Like the one before. Oh,
not
sorry,
sure
now
if
I'm
it was
asking
the
questions.
same.
Damn it, Aylin. You're
I'm
ripping
not
off on
sure
me.
it was the same. I'm not sure it was the same voice, but it certainly was a voice. It said it's going to see from me, or something to that extent. It would.
See
There's a
from
whisper
you.
in your ear. Judge.
Would judge it. I can hear it again.
So it's still with you.
It is, and I don't think it's cause for concern. Apusand
Can't
takes a bit of
see
a
out of your eye. I would say
yes. That
that's
is.
cause for concern.
We have different reasons for concern. There's still thoughts to be had and said.
I know.
Uh,
This is a lot to all think about when you've just woken up.
Yes.
How
well,
about this? Let me go get you some water. Listen, we
some
can.
tea would be lovely.
Some tea? Yes, I know how
The
to make tea.
biggest mug that they have.
Absolutely.
We'll let you rest. Oh,
At least let me. There's at least one other thing I need to say about what I went through. I was nearly lost. And I don't mean in death. I mean if from what I was told or heard or spoken, it was senses were even muddled in what I was going through when I was unconscious. I had to give some of myself in order to be made whole once more. And I believe what that was my sight and my eye. But understand, if I did not do that, I would not be here again.
well, you made a wise choice to come back. Whatever it is, whatever entity may hold part of you, and a bargain to come you back. I mean, it's not like we haven't made bargains before. And
Not certain
Aylin
it
kind of
was
smirks.
like I'm not certain it was entirely a malicious one either. I just truly can't say for certain.
It sounded like a trade.
A
Ours,
trade
yeah.
at a fair expense in order to restore that which was scattered.
Sounds similar to what we went through, so I'm not too alarmed, but it's still something that we can look into.
Certainly, it
Right,
certainly is.
We're going
But
to need more details afterwards, but I believe John Dupree they wish to speak with you privately.
I do.
Oh. Oh. Well, I'm here. I won't be going
Most.
anywhere soon.
Yes, we'll go get your tea, and y'all two can have your conversation.
I'll make enough brew for all three of you, if you'd like.
A large mug for me, please.
It's
Oh, yes.
just the two of them. The attendant has been outside.
Oh, might be.
Thank you. That would be appreciated.
I kind of like clear my throat and I'm like, let's go. Like, just like awkwardly shuffling us all out.
Follows along.
Oh.
Bong.
Bong. Yes. So you all exit the curtain.
Follows along.
Yeah, I know. It's just in the background, something went ding. You all filter out of the curtain, and off to fetch tea. And Apusand, you are left alone with John Nupri, who turns roughly in your direction.
My head so I can see them.
I'm sorry for the struggles that you have gone through. Trust me, I know the pain, as you can well see. Or at least partly see.
An excellent choice of words.
Or a poor one, either way.
We'll take it as humor.
I know that you have seen something.
I certainly have. Or experienced. Again, senses were muddled.
I believe that I awoke at the same time that you experienced this. I knew instantly that there was some knowledge that you had gained.
Sun nods. The
Tell me-
knowledge.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I didn't get much of it. I believe there's still much to uncover with what I've been given. It was from that pillar down below. It's similar to mist flow, using the mist, the latent energy, and something called the Empyrean Investiture.
You can see them ponder.
I'm not sure if I've ever even heard of this phrasing before, but for it to come to my mind in such a clear phrase, it must be real. What it stands for, what it is.
In my life, I have not heard of these words, and yet when you speak them, it feels like I do know them.
Held meaning for you as well. Have you gone through something similar?
Perhaps not like you, but when this artifact fused with me, it changed me. I am more. They sigh and kind of click their beak in thought. It is as though the artifact connects me to Minesh in some way. I am still trying to understand it.
I think you may be on a right track. I think this might be something similar to what happened to me. Were you asked by some entity to give part of yourself?
No, that experience sounds uniquely yours. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. No. Even the answer no is knowledge gained.
There's a bit of a smile to their beak. They seem pleased with that. This is true. Empyrean investiture, you said?
Yes. It seemed ancient, seemed powerful, and in the back recesses of my mind, as many as there were in that moment, it seemed like it may have even been a forbidden thing. Something that required a ritual, something that required
An
multiple.
incantation?
Yes. Yes, yes. How did...
There is one that has been repeating in my mind. I won't speak it. But it's there.
As if we both have parts of the whole of this mystery.
Apusand, can I have you go ahead and make an intelligence check for me?
Absolutely.
As you are coming out of your stupor and gathering your thoughts.
Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not an active guidance thing, so I'm just going to roll as is. 15.
15. Okay. As you're processing your thoughts, yeah, as you're processing your thoughts, things continue to bubble through your mind and make connections. You can definitely feel that there is new knowledge that wasn't there before, stitched somewhere into the back of your mind. It was forced into you so hard that it broke you, and so it's difficult to draw it forth even now that it's stitched together. But
Like putting a puzzle piece where it's not quite supposed to fit.
Oh yeah, putting a new puzzle piece into a finished puzzle. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
You're a scholar, though. You work with words. Empyrean. Empyrean is to mean something heavenly.
And then investiture to imbue something or to apply some aspect of something to another, to an angelic investiture, he's kind of sounding this out as he's sitting in bed.
Godly?
Yes. Maybe this is a way to imbue oneself with the knowledge of the muses, or something akin to that. Or maybe not even the knowledge, but
No.
the power.
The knowledge comes slowly, but as you speak, it makes connections.
It really is.
An avatar.
Eyes go a little wider. Are you getting information? Information's coming to you about what this is?
As you speak, it is like memories that I did not have. They come forward. A relic. An incantation. I don't know more.
Ritual. Many mages.
And this mist flow that you speak of?
an ancient Jana technique to amplify the latent ley lines of magic around us. I have used it once before to find a ley line that actually took me and my companions here. A mist flow travel sort of adventure. It worked really well until the last 30 seconds, but up until then it was very impressive. I might just need to get a better handle on it.
The question that remains is, why were we given this?
Seems we have many things coming to a head. The 15th tribe, reconciliation or retribution, heightened tension, not only from outside but from within. This cult of Noct, the throne. Seems we are reaching a point in history in which a decision must be made.
Yes. And I worry that that decision may not be a good one.
I worry about it as well. I would and will fight hard, so hard, for reconciliation. That has been my life's goal, even to defy my tribe for it. For I know it is greater than just what we've gone through ourselves, what I have gone through personally, what I've experienced and what I've been through. That reconciliation is the more difficult but the better option for all involved. But I know, even just seeing the past several days here, even in the midst of celebration, the pain and the hurt in people who have not, to be truly honest, who have not felt the actual pain of these wars. And it pains me to say that they don't actually know what like someone like me has gone through. Seeing it in person, experiencing the fights before they actually ended. That pain, we can't delegitimize it. It is there. But we still have to fight through it. We have to push past it, and I want want reconciliation between the Jaina and the High Elves, but I don't know.
It is a difficult path that you choose to walk.
It truly is. But one... I don't know if it seems egotistical to say, but one person's sacrifice of their life for an entire people's well-being in the future is worth it. Even if I don't get the happy ending I want, if I can lead the rest of us into one.
The sign of a good man. Thinking not of yourself, but others.
It's what I can do.
I
have to
pray
hold
that
out hope.
you try to give yourself the happy ending as well.
I will try it. It has been lingering in the back of my mind for a while now, and I've pushed it to the side. But when I can, I do attempt to learn what I can do for my own desires. But I know I am just one piece in a multifaceted, multi-layered, ever-changing and complex puzzle it is, this growing conflict. And as a piece, I still need to look towards the greater overall good.
They sit for a moment in silence, and then take a breath and The cane clacks on the ground as they kind of push themselves up. I think that I have asked all that I can for today. In the coming days, I fear that we will have need of your knowledge.
Yours
Please.
as well.
Take your rest while you can. I shall take my
I will.
leave.
I will, and thank you. This has proven to be quite a tiring time, but it is not without its benefits. Big picture. The silver lining, after all.
Hmm.
If we can't find joy in that, then what are we here for?
For hope.
For hope.
Rest well, Apusand. And they
Thank you.
turn, and you hear the cane click, click, click on the floor as they feel their way to the door. When they step outside, the attendant comes over to assist them, to guide them. The party eventually is told, as Janupri passes by, that they can rejoin you. You all have fetched tea. You step into Apusand's chamber to oversee your friend's recovery. If there's any last words, you can have them, but otherwise, it is 2:37 and we can end here.
I'd say if anyone wanted to do any little perception or whatnot, Apusand has been a little teary-eyed.
Aylin would
Oh.
notice.
Yeah. I walk in and just gently put like a hand on your arm while you take the tea, and then just kind of give you like a knowing nod but a smile.
Nathrissa is like looking out the door towards Janupri. She's just like, oh, but I made so much tea.
And I plan to drink all of it. It's been given to me.
Oh, right, okay. Listen, they didn't have a large cup, but they had a large pot to brew it in. And then I feel like I sense the tension, and I'm just like,
Oh, that's actually perfect.
oh, okay, great. Then
Yes.
there you go. I have it in like a little, like one of those little pot holder things, you know, so it doesn't burn your hands.
I need to let it cool, but I will enjoy all of this.
Well, let's just take some time to rest and process everything that's happened.
A lot has happened, my goodness, and I feel like I need to debrief about it.
More
Yes.
than you know still. There's even more.
I found out more.
Nathrissa and
have
I may have
I.
figured out something
As
concerning.
well.
All right, memory
But
stone.
I would also like to.
Let's just share all our information.
Actually, that
I
is
would
not
first-
a good way to do that.
And I would
yeah,
like
no,
a
I've
nap.
First.
Yeah, I handed over the tea, and I'm like, but
Tea
first,
first.
before we do get into business, welcome back, Apusand.
Thank you. Admittedly, there is enough tea for everyone. I will not steal it all if anyone wants to have some extra tea as well.
And then we end the
I need
session.
alcohol, is what I need, but
Any tea you do not have, I will take.
I understand. That's all for you.
Mm,
And I think I just sit down, like, on a spot that I can lean against
Okay.
and just take a breath.
As you all take a breath, and except for Apusand, who's downing a bunch of tea, then
We all exhale at the same time.
I got a trunk and a mouth.
You look around, and despite the tribulations that you have faced, you're all here. You're all alive, and relatively healthy. -1 eye.
And I'm cursed. Still.
Yeah!
Also, don't forget.
Also, don't forget I'm cursed. Oh, I don't forget. Don't worry.
I
With-
haven't forgotten.
Please
Mm,
forget.
with that, I believe we will bring
I would like
the session to a close.
Oh man.
Wow.
What a
Such
trip.
a
God.
jam-packed session.
I was freaking out trying to write all this in time.
I bet. Oh
I nearly ceased to be.
man.
I know when you said that there was going to be interactions today, I was like, oh, it's probably that cute little Rasvan kid. No, it's trauma.
Yep.
Have you not learned anything
mm.
of this past year?
I know.
I just did
Hmm.
research.
Kadre avoided all the trauma,
and you know
don't you
what?
worry.
He's just like, I got business to attend to. I ain't got time.
See, the thing is, you're just
Uh,
building up for later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Mhm.
and
There's
then
just gonna be
Aylin,
horrible stuff
and
later.
then Aylin's gonna come out and be like, so the cultists have went into another ruins of Jagga.
Everyone, ah!
What are we gonna
Let's
do?
share the juice. Let's share the juice. Save it till next time.
Mhm, mhm.
I mean, we could just say we share the juice.
Yeah.
That
I
would be
mean,
You share the
repeating
juice.
everything.
Mm.
for
It'll probably be. We're gonna have a week in between now and then. It's probably gonna need to be repeated anyway, so we'll just do it next session, and then it'll be fresh on everybody's mind to process.
Yeah.
Yep. Coolio. Well,
I have an updated version. I was able to recover some of the data of the piece I showed at the beginning of the session, if you guys wanted to hear.
sweet. I am going to, if we're gonna jump into that, then I'm gonna go ahead and set up the raid.
Sounds good.
Alright.
But, yeah, let me go ahead and do the closing announcements then.
Sweet.
Thank you, everybody, so much for being here for this session. Really appreciate you tuning in for this spicy and delicious lore. I hope that you enjoyed it. We enjoy sharing this world with you. And we do appreciate each and every one of you that stops by to show us love. We'll be returning next week at the same time. That's 10 p.m. Central Standard Time for episode 15 as we continue our ongoing story. We're going to send you somebody else's way, continue the D&D love. I'll figure out who that is in a second. As for announcements, we do still have our ongoing stretch goal up here. We hit the $1,200 funding for my move to Nebraska, so congratulations everybody on hitting those goals. Now we're aiming for the stretch goals. We only have 156, that's math, $156 left to hit the first stretch goal. And then I'll come up with another fun one. There are 15 days left for that. I'll remind everybody again that music is courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music, so if you enjoyed the music used throughout the session, then please check them out on YouTube and on Patreon at Tabletop RPG Music. We are also using, in our campaign, a bit of homebrew from Mythmaker 5e. They release free content on their Reddit and premium content on their Patreon. So show them some support. You can find all of their information and their very beautiful homebrew content on mythmakergm.com. Or you can use !mythmaker in the chat at any time to check them out. We'll be returning for more gaming streams on either Monday or Tuesday. We shall see how much energy I have on Monday. If we do a Monday stream, it'll be very late after midnight for me. Oh, merch, everybody. check out the merch store. We have content produced by our fantastic Mako Aluvo, aka Kadre Daro, and Nathrissa Saral, aka Jewel. Both of them have contributed to art related to the Mythos Vanesia Nightfall campaign, and you can find it on there in the form of mugs, cups, shirts, and the like. Yeah, I think that that's about all for now. Let's see who we want to raid. Hero Zone is live. And they were very kind and welcoming the last time that we raided them. So I think that we're going to go for that again. I can spell. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you missed any part of the episode or the previous episodes, then make sure to check out the YouTube. We upload all past episodes onto the YouTube. I compile them into a playlist for everybody to enjoy. Also, what was the last thing? Oh, right, yes. If you would like to support the channel in other ways than just a subscription, we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/thegrinninggamer. There you can subscribe at just $1 a month to show some general support to the channel. $3 a month gets you access to custom homebrew content that is used in our campaign. More is in the works. I unfortunately haven't had the energy to focus on new stuff, but I'm going to spruce up the Emotion Domain Cleric and get that in there as soon as I can. Well, until next time, everybody, thank you so much for being here. We love you all, and keep grinning, gamers.